fa, non vedo l'ora.
Like a
is love. That's cheating. All I need is love. Yeah, I believe it. All I need is love. Try to fake it. All I need is love. Not afraid to face it. All I need is love. That's cheating. All I need is love. Well, it looks like it's class time. How about the background? All right. I'm going to plug in. So there's going to be an earthquake for a minute. My faithful four. Hello. All right. I am plugged in and buckled in, ready to go. Infinite. Oh, hello. Bradley's here, of course. Oh, Bradley, put the link in the comments. Your Jay Lamore's the water gun, the new format that's on YouTube, I think. All right. So Infinite, hello Infinite. All right. So the lesson here, it's time. The butterflies are in my stomach. That's how I can tell it's time for the lesson. All right. And where am I? Hello. I think in this format, I'm over here. All right. There we go. More or less. I can see myself. I can hide behind the bar. All right. No, I can't. There we go. Julie. Hi, Julie. All right. So good. So the I have it the way it looks here on my little camera broadcast cam is that your comments come up over my face. Good. I actually kind of like seeing your comments better than my face and my little monitor here. All right. So this is actually from my Facebook page, and I will have the link in the description. And all right, so there's a lot to talk about tonight. So get the popcorn. I think that's the expression. And because I had done, this is like a multi-part the series. It's getting to be. I did the short intro to this, and the last one was an hour. This one will probably be over an hour. Just on this topic, there's two topics built into this. Whoo, hooray for me! It's a double decker. There's two parts to this story. Is the crazy data spikes from one place and the regular keeping regular time. You know, I did these synchronously here. Oh, sorry. I'll click you out there, and thank you. Thank you, Aaron. All right, yeah, that's the reminder. All right, so yeah, so these are synchronous, as it were, synchronous data that I had gleaned from the respective sources, and so there's two parts to the story. As I always say, okay, go with the script. I don't even need my glasses for this. Go with the script. That there's two parts to the story. The first is know your local surroundings. Where is the antenna? How stable is it? You know, I had up until recently in the background the screen of the wallpaper of my computer. It was a screenshot of the Google Maps location of Tomsk. Beautiful downtown Siberia, Tomsk, Russia, which Tomsk is the river. It looks kind of like a neat horseshoe kind of thing, and it kind of surrounds it. And it's like, oh, it's interesting geography over there. So I had that up as a reminder of where the observatory is and what it's fighting through with the electromagnetic noise to get this here signal. And Tomsk, I've shown before, and it comes up periodically. And you go to the website here. I even think I could do. There you go. That's, you know, they do also a background radiation. Is this it? one of them is it. All right, it's going to hold up the show. All right, so onward and upward. All right, so it's not helping me here, be my assistant. Um, and the point was they do a background magnetic radiation check in the megahertz scale, and that's significantly different from what the Schumann is and the hertz, the point 0.3 to 46, up to 50 even, if you will, round it up. Hertz, not kilo or megahertz. Okay, so this is what we're looking at. The difference in these scales is this is now, 1,000 is kilohertz. That's in the kilo scale of the Italian, the Cian. It's the Central Italy electromagnetic network based in a bunch of places. And, I guess we will explore that. If y'all are willing and my batteries and whatever hold out, we'll go over there to look at the map of CN, Central Italy, because they have a number of stations. It's up to 16 now that they have in Italy, and those are intended for the purpose of gathering information about earthquakes. They have two of the stations. Oh, while I'm on the subject of it, um, no, wrong one. Doot, doot, doot. Um, there's two of the stations that have. Oh yeah, here it is. All right, let me copy this and let me paste. All right, so this is. I have the other one on the Brave browser for those who are asking. Oh, hey, there's 12 of you and 8 thumbs up. Thank you. Wolflight, hi, Wolflight, and Sig. Wow, Sig. Hey, yeah. Hidely ho. All right, so 10 years, 10 years, continuous monitoring of the electromagnetic network. That's what the one. This is what you're saying. I've done a copy and paste of this document in like Facebook and wherever posts I've made, and so here, this is the actual data of them, and I will read what it says. A test is being, and I'm just gonna highlight there. A test is being realized by means of a network of wideband electromagnetic detectors that continuously records the electric components, right? You see that the electric, right, height, right? That's what the amplitude is, the electric components of the electromagnetic field ranging from a few of hertz to tens of kilohertz. The network has been operating in central Italy for more than 10 years. The recorded signals from this network have been analyzed in real time as well as their power spectrum contents. Time frequency data have been saved for further analysis. The spectral contents have evidenced very distinct power spectrum signatures in ELF band that increase in intensity when strong seismic activity occurs near the stations. For example, at the time of Amatrice, which was a magnitude 6, and Norcia, I think, M6.5. Dutch talks about Norcia frequently, if you remember. Earthquakes in, Dutch probably hit this one in 2016 when 10 stations were operative. All the time of the Amelia, magnitude 6 earthquakes in 2012, when 9 stations were operative. And at the time of the L'Aquila, which I think means eagle in Spanish. M6.3 earthquakes in 2009, when only two stations were operative. Strong signals were also detected during the moderate Anconia M5 earthquake in 2013, and by the recently installed Avigliano Umbro, Città de Castello, and Gubbio, if you will, stations in the Umbra region during small seismic waves, which are between, I guess, 2 to 4, between 2013 and 2014. CN, there we go, our homeboy heroes, is presently composed, sorry, of 16 stations and collect data from a multidisciplinary instrumentation. Right, so the keywords are electromagnetic, or yeah, I guess you can all see it on there. All right. And this is the link to this. I'll leave it in the description there. Is script.org. They have, if you go there, if you're interested, they have lots of other interesting information about a wide range of stuff, but related, but kind of not exactly related to this, if you will. All right. And I'm thinking of actually sending some kind of a note to this guy, an email. Tell him I'm interested if he can tell me more about the thing, Anyway. All right. So 13. Yay, 13 of you. Thank you for being here. Um, okay. Introduction. Over the last, and I'll just highlight this. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, wow. Holy crap. Behave. All right. There we go. Okay. Onward and upward. Over the last decade, major earthquakes have occurred throughout Italy, leading to deaths and extensive damage. Three of these earthquakes have reached a threshold of six. Dutch talks about that. He talks about if like depending on the place that you're at, where you're living, the quality of the structure, uh, depending on how mountainous of a terrain you are, a number of qualities, over there, the building codes, these are things that are taken into consideration when you talk about earthquakes. And so this is from the station here that with those crazy spikes that is measuring that area for these very things. And I always talk about that. The first rule of this is location, just like real estate, location, location, location. Where are these located? And so when you get one of these crazy spikes, I've said this before, and I will probably put this in the comments or whatever, but when you get these crazy spikes, you have to look at first the location and then the sun. What is we can look at that stuff. Wages does a great job. I tune into him regularly because he watches that for me. He shows it, and I don't have to go over there, as long as I'm watching his show. And I'm grateful for that. Not that I haven't gone or I wouldn't go, but it's like, all right, well, he's got that covered. All right. And he talks about earthquakes. It's like, oh, okay, yeah. I also watch Dutch, and I think a lot of you do too. And it's like, all right, it's a different, a little different take on it. Mary Greeley News, she's another one. The emergency guy over there, Ron. You know, I do. My little niche is the Schumann resonances, and eventually, people that are curious about it, they'll make their way over here. I have 2,000 of you who are potentially, watchers here. Thank you for that. And thank you all for letting me ramble on a little bit. Bam, coffee shot. Okay. All right. So onward and upward over the last decade. All right. So, talking about threshold of six, about one every 3 years, causing over 600 deaths. Many reinforced concrete structures have structures have collapsed. All this, despite repeated appeals built to build anti-seismic constructions and to carry out restorations following stringent laws that were promulgated to avoid repeating the disasters of the 20th century. Can the restoration of structures serve as a real solution for avoiding more Italian casualties? It is necessary but not sufficient, as has been proven over the last 20 years. Furthermore, this remedy would need many decades to be realized, failing to ensure the protection of today's population. Being so, a thorough study of all the physical phenomena that occur around the time of earthquakes should be carried out to verify the possibility of moving inhabitants away from buildings that are constructed non-anti seismic during a seismic crisis, but before the occurrence of destructive shocks. Over the last 10 years, many moderate earthquakes, magnitude that's a greater than 3.5, there's a reference, have occurred in Italy, which did not produce major damages or casualties, but were useful for testing different physical parameters. Okay, so this is, this is not bad of a paragraph coming up here. Okay, I think we can manage this. Thank you all for being here. All right. So CINS, Central Italy Electromagnetic Network, for those who didn't know already, is presently composed of 16 stations, including Norcia and Colforito, I think, okay, which would make operative at the end of 2016 in Perugia, pardon me, Providence. Tarasio and Urbino stations were made operative in March and May 2015 in L'Aquila and Pesaro, Urbano provinces, respectively. Pa, um, Pazzulo, okay, de Friulo, Udine, and Camerino, Macerato, I think, stations, which were made operative in spring 2014. The Gubbio Perugio station started to record from the beginning of 2014, but from January 2015 has been out of order, so the Pozzulio de Friulio station, but then Gubbio was substituted by Urbano Pesaro station, and Pozzulio del Friulio restarted November 2016. Okay. A CN update is shown in figure 1, somewhere there, the first CN station being operating near the city of Fermo in the Marsh region of 2016 after 4 years of experimentation with several types of low frequency wideband amplifiers. The Fermo station was uniformed in 2010 to the other CN stations by a couple of ELF, and that's 4 hertz to 1 kilohertz. Okay. Okay. Roadblock here in case any of you are sleeping like I am. Pardon me getting through this. Okay. Thank you all for still being here. Oh, there's 14. Okay. So 4 hertz to 1 kilohertz. Okay. And so I make the claim that as far as I know, Tomsk goes to point 3 down to point 0.3, not quite 0, point 0.3 to 40 hertz, and that's their cutoff, and it's actually filtered off. That's how they get to 40 hertz, as they filter that out. All right. And so there is, in all of these, you have to understand there's a filter of what the range is. Okay. What are they looking for? ELF, and that's how they describe ELF. Other places, if you go, the letters they use are comparable in the range, but they may not be exactly the same. All right. So inverting amplifiers, which electrodes were set perpendicularly to each other and oriented along north, south, and east-west directions. A second station began operations in Perugio in the Umbria region in 2018. From summer 2010 outward, 2 other stations began operating in the city of Zoka near Modena in the Emilia Romagna region in August 2014, and in Capetignano, okay, near La Cilia in the Abruzzo region in September 2010. In January 2011, the Chiente station was activated at the University of Gabriele di Annunzio in the Abruzzo region. In February 2011, the Siena station began recording in the Tuscany region. In March 2011, the Fagnano station near Chilia in the Abruzzo region was activated. In October, my birthday month, in 2011, the Contigliano Rieti station had been activated near the Lazio region. In May 2012, the Torre station near Turin station began the same type of recording. From April 2011, all the stations were updated to record VLF, and that's 1 to 25 kilohertz. Okay, so in this year here, from April 2011, all of the stations were updated to record VLF, and it's 1 to 25 kilohertz signals, while in June 2011 onward, a frequency band extension test started at the Chianti station, which is also operative in the ULF, and that's 0.04 to 4 hertz. You see that? This station right here is measuring just this 0.04 to 4 hertz. Okay. Chianti station. Okay. And low frequency band has its own JPEG file from the summer 2012. 4 stations were not operative because of technical problems. Torre Pellice, Fagnano, Amitterno, Siena, and Capetignano stations. Okay, all 16 stations recorded in ELF band with a range of 4 to 1,000 hertz, and in VLF band. Okay. What are they showing us? There we go with the money shot. I think it's time to sit back and enjoy a coffee. All right, so that, from what I see, fills up the screen. I couldn't. That you got to see. That's the whole map right here. Where I'm looking at in my monitor screen here is pretty much filling up the. I'll check. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Full screen here. That's yeah. That's it. That's the kind of pretty much it. Actually, hold on. I think that's kind of it. All right. So I read to you more or less the best I could what it said about what, and I'm not going to read more about that because this isn't this isn't even about that station entirely, but I wanted to, in service to not only the 14 or so of you who are here, but also to people. Sorry, pardon me. People who are in the future going to see this as well. Once it becomes a video, hopefully so. It becomes kind of the public document, as it were, and then we have then you can kind of refer to it as whatever, and at this time, boom, we got this nice map of where these stations are. And I'm not, my here, obviously I'm not an Italian speaker. Certainly I don't have heritage over here, and I don't know quite Spanish. and so but you can see here San Marino, the names that were mentioned earlier, the Romas down here, and so one of the things that I had pointed out to some people who were going, we're moving forward in this direction here in our discussion of debunking this myth of the tampered with. Hold on, I'm pontificating here because I have my chin. So we're talking about this great myth of the data tampering at the publicly funded institution, who like they don't have better other f bombing things to say, and to do than to try and finagle with the data, and insert data. Are you insane for even suggesting that? Do you know how much work is involved in that? Well, I have antenna makers I have up here, as Exhibit A, the documentation, and I even gave one of these. I'm not going to use the C word on them, because clowns are scary. But the other C word is less scary, I think, than calling them that. But anyway, don't I digress. Onward and upward. And the thing is, it's like, uh, it's fine for it to be a belief. It's fine for it all to be, a thing where you are asserting something as a belief, but when I say, you've got to prove that, it's a unwarranted, unfounded accusation to say that about them, just on general principles of the difficulty it freaking takes that you that it would take to kind of inject a data stream in there. Um, so, okay. Oh, Sig. Hey, Sig. He knows his stuff. Thank you. All right. So it shows me that the microphone is working on this. That's good. All right. No matter where I put it, it's always going to be in the way. Um, All right. Whatever. All right. So here you see. Oh, mashed potatoes. I'm looking at the comments coming up on my monitor here. Oh, very nice. What do you put in the mashed potatoes? Maybe a little garlic, powdered garlic. But I like mashed potatoes in gravy, especially like beef gravy. And it's like, oh, I didn't have any for Thanksgiving, but I really, really like it. With even some my boss Rose, she makes like a rice stuffing. So instead of it being bread stuffing, it's rice stuffing, wild rice. She puts in the turkey. It's fucking slamming. Oh my god! All right, so onward and upward. Don't give me a dog. I'm not getting sidetracked on this here. All right, so so these are the stations. They're all pulling data. I'm not going to go more into this. Where am I? All right, so that's these guys here. All right, so you can see that there's a range here, frequency range, that the people who are in an incredibly earthquake prone area are measuring this for the sake of, oh, geez, I don't know. Do you think they're using it to measure for earthquakes? Perhaps yes. Oh yes, they are. Yes, they're prone to earthquakes in the area that is keeping track of this. All of this. All right. So they would tend to see. All right. So this goes back. This is on their disclosure news .it. They're coming from Italy. They call this the local feed. And the last time, pardon me, I need to take a drink. The last time that I guess the first December 1st, there was that kind of buffer. What some people calling flatlining, what some people are calling what was the other name I forgot for it? Oh, the cube, the black cube, the black square there. Uh, uh, and whatever other people think about it, it's a buffering error because what happened was it did not come back with a void. the classic data void, and any of you who've been around long enough know exactly what I'm talking about with the data void. That it is a stripe, a black stripe. And that's what people will often call, and I'm not going to go into the archives and dig up a picture. Everyone knows what the classic data, what had been called the flat line. Okay. So when I was arguing, I'm not arguing with anyone, discussing with someone first off, that's not what happened. It didn't flatline, and that's not what when people refer to flat line, that's even what the F bomb it is. Okay. Don't be a turd burglar. I didn't say that, but um, I'm just reading the comment. Detector. I'll have to read it over here. All right. So, okay. So this is the their peaks, and they're doing this in a different way. Do you see the sideways lines here? These are the Schumann resonances. These are the proper resonances. You see, these ones here. It truncates it at 45. Okay. Now, as I have said before, and I think actually, ironically enough, this brings us back to the beginning of the comment that I had made on Wages World about um, this was the comment that I had made to Wages World about this here line right here. This 50 hertz line, which represents the commercial power grid. Okay? Actually, bam, 50 hertz AC. Okay, and you see here, this is a decibel scale. This is decibel 0. This is a decibel 50, and that's 40, and it's kind of a 30, I think, and 20. I'm somewhere in there. Okay, and it's kind of a little fuzzy, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. And this is negative. Okay, negative, because it's electromagnetics, and oh, good golly, this is on the pico scale, which is a 10 to the negative 15th. Okay, you got to remember that. Clarify. Okay, yeah. Okay, good. I'm reading your comment, Trish. Thank you for being here. Yes. Um, exactly. Yes. The importance, yeah, the geography. Where is it located? And I brought this up um, in other times related to Tomsk, and I have indeed, for those of you who have been here long enough, you know that I have, as a fact, brought up the documentation from these detector makers. One of them was I had done, it was like I guess like a film strip slide kind of thing, like a PowerPoint type presentation. Probably, it's like a final. The kids are probably going for their master's or their doctorate's degree and this kind of stuff. So it said, the file was Schumann final. And so I'm pretty sure I had made either a video or was in one of the live streams or whatever. But those of you who've been here long enough, you'll vaguely remember that. Um, pardon me. Thank you. All right. Uh, so the importance of where these things are located, and they put them, there you have it. These are because of the importance of where the heck the thing is. You have them, and in their case, it's for the detecting of earthquakes and geological stuff, and uh, this one, I think. I'll bring it over here. All right. Right. Just because people wonder about the connection of earthquakes and the Schumann resonances, this gives us a great kind of introduction here of this topic. How are they related? Well, I'm not guessing. Let me tell you what the experts say in this. Okay. The Central Italy electromagnetic network, 10 years after the beginning of continuous monitoring. Well, trying to get away. Oh, nice. They give a robin's egg blue. Oh, lovely. Okay. Over the last I'm sorry, the last decade, major earthquakes have occurred throughout Italy. Boom. Leading to deaths and extensive damage. Three of these earthquakes have reached the threshold of six, about one every 3 years, causing over 600 deaths. Many reinforced concrete structures have collapsed. All this, stringent laws that were promulgated to avoid repeating the disasters of the 20th century. Can the restoration of structures serve as a real solution for avoiding more Italian casualties? It is necessary but not sufficient, as has been proven over the last 20 years. Furthermore, this remedy would need many years to be realized. I'm trying to remember if I have read this already. All right, let me read this. All right. Oh, come on. All right. One of these tests is not One of these tests is being realized by means of a network of wideband electromagnetic detectors that continuously records the electrical components of the electromagnetic field, ranging from a few of hertz to tens of hertz. The network has been operating in central Italy for more than 10 years. Fadani. The recorded signals from this network have been analyzed in real time, as well as their power structure contents. All right. So the same guy that wrote this, I'm trying to see here. That's not it. Let me move back from. Where are we? Just trying to make sure I haven't already grabbed the same article. I'm having technical difficulties here. Sorry. All right. 10 continuous years. What's this guy's name? All right. So they're not the same, but it's written by the same guy. All right, so that's why a lot of it kind of seems to sound. It's a different article. That's why it's sounding the same to me because it's the same guy writing for the same stuff for a different publication. All right, so I'm not going quite crazy, and we're not looking at the same thing, but it's the same author. Okay, all right. So we're not crazy. We're just going over the same basic, material from the same basic person. Okay. All right. I'm adjusting now because I need to adjust. All right. Okay. So we're going over the same thing we already kind of have, and I'm trying to find a little new stuff, but oh, here it is. Okay, one of these. I knew one of these had it. All right. So also in 2016, many other types of detectors were added to each station. All right. So let me. All right. So I'm pretty sure we haven't come across this before. I think this is what I'm looking for. All right. And I think the monitor is picking up this. I'm fiddling with myself. All right. All right. So, also in 2016, many other types of detectors were added at each station. 8 stations with vertical conductivity detectors. All right, 8 stations, 8 out of 16. I guess currently, I don't think actually in 2016 there was all 16 of them. I may be wrong. All right. So anyway, 8 stations with vertical conductivity detectors. That's the vertical. We're saying the electric conductivity with 4 magnetometers. All right, so you see half as many have magnetometers as the electric bit. Okay, and you got to remember, we remember that Tomsk, uh, does both the electric and the magnetic portion of the program. Okay, so they have been for a while, and they've been doing it very well. Okay. And so we're learning about these new folks here who've been doing it for, maybe less time, but there's more of them, if you will. And so, as I was saying, there's, half as many with the magnetometers, That's the horizontal portion. That's the actual resonances themselves. When we talk about the Schumann resonances, we talk about the magnetic portion. We talk about the harmonics. Okay. Now, they're measuring for earthquakes, and you see how high up they are going. 1,000 hertz, 25,000 hertz. Okay. So their purposes are are a different order than what the Russian machines are built for, are doing. And I don't particularly have, well, I'll put it this way, I don't have nearly as much material on the Russian uh, station as I do on this one. That said, if I could speak Cyrillic or Russian or write it or like understand it, I would be able to get much more stuff. I assure you. I personally assure you, having looked through, gone and looked, I am absolutely guaranteeing you that if I were able to, know the Russian language, I would be able to tell you all kinds of stuff on the Tomsk SOS, station. Okay, just I want to give equal time there and be fair where it's due that I have come across literature from the people that operated the that it's the lecture is in Russian. There's an English like subcaption in it and like an abstract that sort of made sense, but I you need to pay or whatever to get the other version. So all right, okay. So I'm able to get more information, such as it is, from the CCN station. And I will tell you, while we're on the subject, for the 13. Oh, nice! It's 13 likes, and 13 of you are here. Very nice. Okay, and right, I saw that right at 13 seconds, I think. Um, and so, uh, like this is the point of this is to to know your location. What are they doing? Why are they doing this? And Tomask, you know, um, I can't find much information on Tomsk, but I can on these other guys because they're publishing about earthquakes which are prevalent. Okay. And so it's not from the range or the realm of the Schumann resonances, but there it is. You see, if you've been here, long enough, you will have uh, remembered where I stopped intentionally and had picked up on that one that was 0.01 to 4 hertz. That is a really 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 low vibration. And um, I don't know how many of you know this, but the earth also has its lowest vibration, that is a harmonic, a half, I think a half a harmonic, 3.3, minus 3.3 of the 7.8, which gives you 4.5. Okay. So there is on the Heidely Ho on this guy, there we go, this guy here, you see, well, it's not quite 3, it's not quite 4.5. It's technically not 4.5. But I would maintain, this is not a thin line here, all right? Da-ding, 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 da-ding. All right. So this is not, so you see where, at this, the hertz starts here. Okay. So these guys ground out. These are electric. And as you'll notice, see that stupid grid isn't here anymore? uh, I've kind of posted up some things with this was, yeah, so you see it here. I posted that. All right. So All right, so that stupid whatever that was bugging us out, the electric haze, is gone. So, I take umbrance. I take umbrance, and oh, I gotta get on my high horse here. I take umbrance that someone, I'm mother effing you. I'm trying my best. We talk about words, but we really got to talk about the what people are talking about with this conspiracy. I don't even want to call it a conspiracy theory because it all right. For those of you who are here, I will say this, and I have said this other places, that conspiracy theories are too well constructed to hide the truth. They're not the guy the guy in the woods, Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, what they call that guy there, and the people that write manifestos tend to be kind of maybe they're smart and they're intelligent and they're usually disaffected. Okay, so they make a lot of sense. Like another good one is like William Cooper. Behold, you look at his stuff and be like, whoa, and there's other people, whatever, and it's a kind of believe it as you will and whatever. But, there is kind of this, uh, oh, I don't even know how to say it. There's kind of another worldly kind of understanding by people who have seen some stuff and they know some stuff is going on, and they kind of have reported on it and they've talked about it, and um they're telling the truth. I'll just say that. Just whatever, think as you will, but think what you will. And so, just kind of as a matter of course, it's there's a kind of my view is that conspiracy theories are have grains of truth to them. And it is kind of the way it's crafted to hide the truth. Whereas the Unabomber's manifesto was kind of it may or may not have been a revelation, but the guy he was he was on. He was on with all this stuff, and from what I understand, but it just was kind of in it wasn't really coherently written. And just kind of rambled and okay, whatever. But conspiracy theories are well constructed to hide. There's duplicitousness and there's a craftiness to them, and that's the difference. Is that they're crafted by the very people who have things to hide. That is what makes a conspiracy theory such, and that is why it's been, kind of poo-pooed and, the tin hat thing. But it's like, well, actually, the tin hat would help you with a lot of these EMF dealios, actually. And I don't want to say that in the comments to people, but honest to goodness, I really do. And not aluminum, I think, but tin. I think tin actually is the thing to use. Certainly copper, if you have copper, you would want to use that. And where am Um, and so I think that's really important that the shielding, the EMF shielding, and I wanted to do a video on EMF shielding. I think I had it in maybe one of my live streams, but I definitely wanted to do a thing about a Faraday cage, and give people. And hey, put this in the comments. It'll be a good reminder for me to do that show on the shielding, the EMF shielding, and I had got a bunch of information on that particular topic of um, doing, and I probably have it on one of my tabs or somewhere, or maybe I had just bookmarked it or whatever. But there's a bunch of information on EMF shielding. There are, I almost could use this as a product kind of placement, because I had done in the in my notes, there was about five different places that you could go to get different type of EMF shielding. Okay. And what they refer to it as EMC, which is electromagnetically compatible. And so if you look up that as a in a search, you do an Amazon search, there was stuff, you do the search for, EMC, and you'll find different type of bags, flexible packaging. There's tape, electromagnetically, you know, I guess conductive, and so it seals out. And I just want to say, as far as the Faraday cage, okay, people talk about a Faraday cage, and I had talk about it, but there are different levels to it based on the type of screening that you use. And what's important to know about a Faraday cage, for those of you who are familiar with it, if you're not, leave the comments and I'll kind of get over there and maybe comment on it, or someone else will. But essentially, a Faraday cage is a way of blocking out a lot of these electromagnetic radiations that are coming at you from the sources around us. Um, and I have on my phone, I have an EMF meter, and when I get it near the wireless on the laptop, it pegs it, ding, 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 and you know the scale, it's like 2,000 on the scale. I think it's nano. Uh, Tesla. I think it's nano Teslas or whatever it is, but it's pretty pretty significant. 2,000 nano. And we're talking about the pico. The Schumann resonances are on the pico scale. Um, I have said before about the Schumann resonances. I haven't said it on a live stream. I've made any comments. I'm gonna say it here now, that we talk about, there's those of you who know kind of what, like the shift. They're talking about the shift. Okay. It's an ascension. We're kind of moving on. We're moving forward. And those of you who kind of know this, this is the pathway I'm on. Um, there is definitely kind of a greater plan going on. In our evolution as people, here we have, these resonances here. Okay, they snap to at these frequencies. Now you look at this here. People say, "Oh, it's rising. The Schumann resonance is rising." No, it's not. It's still at 7.8, but it's bunched up. The density. Okay, I've kind of said this before. I've said this in other places, that the frequency is not rising here. Ding, 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 ding. But there is a huge spike in your quality right there. That's it. Those are not amplitude spikes. Okay. These are not these are amplitude spike. These are negligible, right? But look at that big pregnant thingamabobber there. That is your frequency, which is called the quality. Look at that. There's a spike. This is the tall part of the signal. Okay, right here. But it's not the height. This peak here is coming at you. Okay, and it's important to realize that this is on its side. This line graph here is on its side, and you have to picture that as the intensity of the blob of the wave of this thing here coming at you. Now we talk about diurnal. All right. So what time of the day is this? This is your quality. This is not your amplitude. This is not the sun. How do you say this? This is not the amplitude, and the quality tend to be inverse. The relationship tends to be a little inverse. But when you look at, this is how I'm not even sure how to even say this. that you can understand. But if you've kind of been following along with me, you'll sort of hopefully know there is a relationship between the amplitude, the height of the wave, and the lateral part, the the horizontal outward part of the magnetics. As the wave kind of the electric amplitude spike cooks the environment. That's the best way to put it. It cooks the lower, it like radiation. It ionizes it. It it's radiation. It cooks it. It leaches it off into magnetics as it is kind of wading through uh, neutrons. You have the protons, antrons, and neutrons, and so the bonding is it's as the electrics, this free flowing plasma bonds with the atmosphere, the lower atmosphere, the nitrogen. You see like the sprites, and you smell that ozony kind of dealio. After it rains and thunderstorm, it smells ozony. That's what that is. It's the ionizing of the atmosphere, and through that, it leaches out into the ground. As it comes down, top down, 200 to 250,000 volts, comes down. There the lightning is quick. It's done. It's quick, but you're left with the magnetic waves as they make their way through the medium. They could potentially make their way through, a vacuum, but they will make their way through the environment, and as they make waves, these guys are going up and down. They're not moving in this type of a fashion, but you see, you have to remember this would be if you took it and you flipped it like that. Okay, you're seeing it this way. Where are you? You're seeing it this way, but you have to remember the coils are this way in the ground. Okay, they're on the ground. They're, I think, grounded on the ground. Okay, and I've shown you pictures of. Where's this one? That's one. Where's the other one? There we go. All right. One of my favorite articles here, way, way, way down here. There we go. There's a picture of the magnetic induction coil. Okay, so and that's in the box. That'll be laying there somewhere in the doodly. Does he show it? And these are all the innards. Noise chain. There's your radius. That's your peaks. That's your references. All right, so yeah, you see the basic. Hello. All right, that's in that's the shed. All right, whatever. That's its radius. So you see there that was a pretty good size antenna. That's approximately the radius that of the signal that you're getting on a given antenna. All right, so it's important to know that's why the Italian station why they have 16 stations across the country is because of the limited radius. Okay, so when we talk about, okay, I think I'm talking. All right, so all right, so this was all right. So moving on, we're getting into the conspiracy part, and I did a ha. I'll take that back. All right. So this is one of my users. I'm sorry, not yet. This is one of my group members. This is my YouTube, my Facebook channel. I'm sorry. And this was a comment that it was a post on my video. Okay. So Russia versus Italy, whose data is correct and believable. Okay. So I'll read this. All right. So the short answer is both. Know your source. Okay. Since the first days making these videos on Schumann resonances, I have been advising people to know the difference between local interference and possible phenomena happening outside the range of the detectors of human resonances. The latest readings from CN, the Italian site, have been experiencing ridiculous readings. Are these believable and correct? Many folks are misinterpreting those readings as being greater than they may actually be in real life. Know the difference between local interference and with the global theater. The only way to be able to tell the difference is to get informed and to do some research. What is happening locally in Italy, which might create huge spikes in amplitude? Okay, and I had gone over to Dutch's on the last hour-long video, and maybe we should go over there again, just for the 8 of you who are still here. Thank you for being here. Um, know the difference in local interference and what's on the global theater. We examine the differences between the Russian site and the Italian site. Furthermore, we explain how both reports from Russia and Italy both can be, and likely are, both correct with their respective readings. All right. So, where did we have? All right. So I had looked up the weather the other day. I didn't put Dutch's thing for the uh, as a. All right. So I had read this earlier, I think. I'm not sure, but I have posted this. The spectral contents have evidenced very distinct power spectrum signatures in the ELF band that increase in intensity when strong seismic activity occurs near the stations. All right, there you go. Yeah, they said near the stations. Okay, so they have the things all over the country for a reason, because they measure the ELF that's over there. All right. Um, all right. So this wonderful, lovely member had wrote, and this is I'm picking on her, and I want to be respectful because she's one of the group members and she posts a lot, and I'm grateful that she keeps things active over there. And so I want to do this with a nice, kind, thought, and I had to amend my post because I didn't, I was a little bit rude about what I said, and she called me on it, so I changed it, but still um, uh, I had to ask, please. Um, All right. So I said, prove it to me. And then I got rude. I said, sorry, we deal with facts, data, verifiable information. Since it's my group, I get to call you out on your theory, which is not provable. Lots of crap surrounding this theory, which is not at all proven. I am extremely frustrated by this line of reasoning based on one set of data alone. Thank you for your comments and feedback. All right, so that was me picking up the gauntlet. I just slapped her, or I had felt slapped, but um, you know, generally, this thing. So there's two people who had, oh, good golly, the other one I had made a, hold on. Let me find that document. There's two people who had open. No music. All right. There it is. Okay. All right. So there's two. This is it here. Two. I keep viewers, I guess. Good enough. Who have basically made the same accusation, unfounded accusation. So uh, this one is not on my channel, so I have put her up there by name. I'm not going to mention her name, but this was the comment. No, there's Higher Rome Holistics. They were talking about, the original post was about Hermeticus, and he went down He's one of the YouTube channels. He does a live stream. He, she, that, a. JB, I'm just reading the comments right there. Okay. All right. So Hermeticus does a live stream on the Schumann resonances, and had gone down, and I had made a comment that uh, she depended on Tomsk. And so it's no wonder that just happened. That's not part of a conspiracy. Just so happened that, one depended on the other. So, all right, let me. Someone have just made a comment here. Okay. A few months ago, on the 16th of every month, the 14 hertz was getting almost steady. You know what could cause that? 14 hertz. No, I don't know. But in all things, I say check your local area. And how did you know? How do you know it's at 14 hertz? Hertz is because your hearing. If you're talking about audio, your hearing goes down to 20, and you couldn't theoretically hear 14. You feel it. So I don't know, and I don't know where you live, and I'm not sure what that is. Copper screws. Yeah, it looks like, yeah. Okay, so people. I'm just reading the comments here. The striped amplitude strikes. Yeah. Oh, hi Nathan. Wolf Light. Hi. I don't know if you're still here. And Sig. Hi Sig. Thanks for coming over. Holy fuck, Wages is here. Can't stay, but wanted to say hi. Remember, location, location, location. Verde is exactly right. Have a good night, everyone. Oh my God! Wow! Holy fuck! One of the 14 lucky 14 who was over here. Yeah. All right. Okay. Yeah. 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 Exactly. Talk amongst yourselves about the copper and insulation, radio frequency and stuff. Oh. Oh. Yeah. 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 I was gonna say this. I'm all over the place. Sorry. Copper wire. Faraday cages. I got to do an article on this. I got to do a thing on Faraday cages. Faraday talks about Faraday. Is that Faraday or Faraday? Yes, Mr. Faraday. Um, uh, I'm ready for my close up, Mr. Faraday. Okay, so that uh, where was I going with this? The netting, the webbing on the Faraday cage. It's really important to know what frequency range you want to block out. If you want to block out a bunch of them, you might get a couple different size screens. Maybe have localized screening around valuable electronics. You have to kind of, maybe sometimes they have insulation that is actually, like a rigid insulation that's like foil clad, I think they call it. And I get a whole. I don't think I did a video on it. I know I have a lot of research that I have kind of squared away in the back of my browser about the insulation and the Faraday cage, and knowing the different size. Just in a nutshell, you got to know what wavelengths you're trying to block out, because if it's too small of a screen, in the radio stations, they have a screen, but it's a fine screen because you're dealing with high frequencies. If you have the lower frequencies, say 14, for example, you need a bigger screen. Right? The low, tiny one, they ain't doing nothing for you. It's a 14 hertz. We're talking about an electromagnetic without knowing, I just have 14 hertz. Without knowing if it's audio or video, you have to understand 3 to 30 hertz is, we're talking about 100,000, 100,000 mile or I'm sorry, not a mile, a kilometer, 100,000 kilometer wavelength, to a million, right? 3 hertz is a million, a million kilohertz long. That's a frequency. Right here, you're seeing the F. Telling me a measure frequency. Right here, it's 24. But you look at that, that's the wavelength. okay, is a kilometer. Okay, what's the frequency? Well, that's the length, the wavelength. Okay, that's how you know the frequency is it's the wavelength. And right here is the 24 to 26. The green, that's that moving this. And that's how you get that, right? I don't know the math at all in any way, but you take this number here, you times it, you x it, right? Multiply it by this, that spike, that's the top of the wave of that, ba-blam, right? And you have the amplitude. It's got like the mast. So the amplitude is like the electric mast. It's not quite a mast, but it's a little bit of the mast because it's a driver. Okay, it's electric, and as it's tooling down, you almost can picture it tooling down the road, the height of the wave that's coming in. It's blasting, boom. It's already the lightning has already kind of happened, and this is what's left from the lightning that happened, a little while ago. And you have to remember the if it's too the lightning, it it's it's a funny thing. It's funny to describe because if the lightning is too close to the Schumann resonances you will get that crazy reading that they got of that. The lightning is too close, okay? And Siberia, like uh, it's a different climate, And then there's the Ukrainian station, uh, which is here. She writes this one here. All right. So this one here is the Ukrainian station. All right. So I'm going to move on a little bit in the narrative, and hopefully you're not confused. But as a proof, okay, in our narrative, the false narrative of the alleged conspiracy of the data tampering at Tomsk, she presents me this. I don't know if she can read it, um, but that's basically I had gone elsewhere, right? You see north, south, right? East and west. Okay. Now, this is measuring the magnet because I had gone elsewhere to find this. You see, that's the heat, the temperature, the relative, intensity, and on the decibel hertz or the decibel scale over here. Okay, blah 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 blah. I don't know exactly what these numbers mean. This here, basically, because someone else had submitted it a little different screenshot, a better screenshot than this even. So I had taken the capture from it and then cut and pasted it here. Okay. So the person who is the most vocal in the theory of I think it's generous to call it a theory um, of the why it's not even a theory of why the data had stopped or how it flatlined, um, but it's essentially what does she say here? I'll give it to you how she reads it. All right. So there's two people involved that are kind of I'm having a discussion with who are kind of the spearheads of the conspiracy theory here. Okay. So for the 11 of you who are still here with me, thank you. Um, so it says that, this is the one person's comment. This is the other person's comment here. Uh, I'm trying to form a kind of cohesive theory, and I didn't kind of put all this kind of together. So I sort of kind of am doing this on the spot. Hopefully, it's not too, too uh, jarring or too, confused for anyone. But I'm presenting kind of, oh, here it is. All right. So this, which you can't see, That's I had just I should cut and paste it, or copy and paste it over here. So you saw what it said about the magnetics. Hopefully I don't have to go back. I read it. I'm pretty sure I read it. Um, I can forget. So what they're doing is they're measuring it here, and then they're transferring. There's the raw data, like we have sort of the raw data. It's the line graph. It's not a line graph, but it's a spectrogram of one sort, and it's transferred into a spectrogram. All right. So the other one, here we go. We have this of Tomsk. All right. And so the woman had presented this. Okay. Had presented this as evidence. Okay. My wonderful group member, who I love dearly, and I don't say that sarcastically, um, because she's on the right pathway. Okay, she's on the right pathway. She's very sweet. She's a wonderful person. There's nothing wrong with her. It is the argument. I'm just sticking with what the Schumann resonance is. Okay, and I'm leaving personality, hopefully mine or anyone else's personality out of this. We're just having a discussion on the Schumann resonances. So and I'm looking at the evidence presented for your case that you're saying there's three. She had made the case three sources. So that's one. That's the Ukrainian site here. Okay. So the first one, I don't know what language users speak, but I had translated it from another source. Okay. The one I could see, that one I couldn't see. I can't even read the top of it, but I did go over there. All right. So this one here, this is the Germans. This is a German site. Okay. Foundation for Healing Arts are very nice. That's right. So she's a sweet, sweet person. Okay. So I can't read German. Okay. And hopefully some of you can. But I will leave the link in there, because I brought it up here. All right, so some good stuff. All right, but you're not proving your case with any of this so far. All right, okay, here we go. Now, what am I looking here? All right, so the case that we're making, for those of you who are new, those of you who just got here a minute ago, what I'm doing, my conscious clear intention, I'm at the portion of the program where I'm debunking the kind of conspiracy, quote unquote, conspiracy claim of hidden data at Tomsk based on these other the agreement of three other sources. Okay, so in on the Facebook page, um, the first proponent has brought up these three sources. The Ukrainian site, which okay, great. I looked at that, very nice. All right, I translated it. Someone else had brought it up. I translated that, very nice. Okay, so I got that. No, no, that's the magnetics. That's not. You've confused the two, right? North, south, east, west. I can see it. You can't, but all right, I can. And it's only going up to 30. Couldn't help but notice that. So your argument of it being significant peaks of anything close to, 11,000 is not your argument. How do I say this? Your proof in support of your argument is not met in terms of what I'm seeing there. Right. I went through it, deciphered that. I'm grateful to see that. And the other one too. Nice. I appreciate that. However, out of bounds data. Okay. All right. So the other one, this is the German site, and I'm reading here. These are magnitude, and this is what I don't even know what I'm reading here, but that's not saying that's the time. I'm not seeing it blamming up in the kilohertz. Oh, this is the KP index. I know you're not using that. Schumann resonance anomaly. All right. So 160. Care to guess what that is? Right. So we have, what is this? I can't read it, but if the numbers are correct, it's the time. So these little bursts, 160. Okay. Not seeing it. This. What is this? Three. All right, crazy data. 80. Is that 80 million? And France. What are they? France, maybe? All right. SA. I'm not sure what these are. Das Hu das Meer also 3,800 Fash. So right. So I'm not seeing that in vert. Oh, it's not word. It's vert. All right. So I'm not seeing what you're meaning there. All right. We're going down. What are you pointing out? Schumann resonance anomaly. All right, so that's where that's me, that's us, up to 160. They're measuring up to 160. The Germans. All right, so okay, so I don't want to waste any more time on this, but you see, 160, like there, no, my dear, you get nice credit for for being part of that, but this is not doing it. And then hidden many days. Well, no, it's a data buffering, you know. And then she says, try to go much deeper. Tomsk can not show very high amplitude. No, and then that's when I explained to her that there we go. So that's the other one here. So this does not prove that we talked about a shift. I'm not going into the shift, but that's this is the resonance there. So um, so the data given there does not support the hypothesis of other sources validating the Italians, the CN network there. So, much love to her, but uh, we that's not proof, not by my standard. I think I could make a reasonable case in front of a jury of my peers. Certainly, there is the picture is blurry. Okay, I don't know what I can do because it's kind of YouTube. The YouTube streaming software has kind of taken over the camera, and so I don't know what else I can do except let me try something. Does that make it better? All right. I'll put it this way. That's about that right there. Turning off the light is about the best I can do. Okay. All right. So thank you, those of you who are still here. I appreciate that. I'm out of coffee. I may have to make some soon. Um, Play some Aaron mix as a break, and maybe make some coffee in a little bit. Um, so uh, this one, this is I'm gonna not mention her name, but she is from this is like I said uh, Queen V, Lady V. For those of you who follow her, I think there's a few. There may be one who's still here in the room who knows who I'm talking about. Um, Queen Veronica, Lady V. All right, so that's one of the things that you know uh, lost my train of thought there. Oh yeah, her she had done a show with the Schumann resonances, and one of the people, one of the YouTubers, I'll just put it that way, had done a show about the Schumann resonances, and hold on, I'm pontificating. Had done a show on the Schumann resonances, and I had I don't know if you can see me. All right, I can just barely see me in the monitor. I guess it'll be mood lighting, but you'll know I'm there because I'm blocking out the text. Uh, so she had done um, you know, Queen V, Lady V, had done a video about the Schumann resonances with the crazy spiked one and not the Tomsk one, which is fine. And you know, it's hard to decipher what that is, what you're looking at there, and that's understandable. Um, and um, so like other YouTubers, Wages World. That's how I came over there. Went over there. I make comments on the Schumann resonances, hopefully with a good spirit and a good intention, to try and educate people on it, on what they are, because they are rather complicated, and there is a bit of a learning curve to it. And so, at all times, I want to keep positive, keep presenting a good message, keep people informed on this. And so I'm always trying to teach people and correct the misinformation and the misperception that folks have. And that's the first part of this. In some cases, of the worst part is unlearning what bad information that you have, from the beginning, and jumping to conclusions that you shouldn't ought to, based on circumstantial evidence. And so the two, kind of events coincided. The earthquake and or I guess I'm sorry, a couple events coincided. Um, the data stoppage, the flatlining. It didn't flatline, but you got that. The buffering there turned. At the end of the day, it turned off for whatever reason. Um, and happened to coincide with the spikes in the amplitude, around like the third or the fourth, and there was some a little bit earlier than that, as you can see. So they're happening a little bit, and there's a few there. All right. So, uh, as a matter of course, I went over to Dutch. You can see the outlines of recent earthquakes over there. Um, and let's see, I'm going to look up Dutch just to see what just because I need to. And thank y'all for being here, all the few of you who are here. Oop. All right. I appreciate, even if there's one of you, someone who that Bradley would have to be, I imagine, or Jackie. She's been here late night with me, I think, once. All right, so we're going to look at Dutch. All right, so this was 2 days ago. This was 5 days ago. All right, so, oh, that's not what I wanted. All right, so this was his video. Oh, shut up. All right, so as we watch the commercial. Right, so there it is. All right, so on the days of those spikes, right, I had looked over there, and this is what I had got. All right, so you see, Italy, this is the boot of Italy. So the southern part of Italy was getting hit, bombarded by this. The northern part, I had put it in the, my reply there. I went to the weather at the time. I don't know if it'll be there now. How the weather was a couple days ago. But like you can see, they're getting bombarded. Turkey's getting whacked. I think that pretty sure that's Turkey. And up here, start getting the other side of this is Russia. We're the United States. That's us getting hit over there. All right. So all right. Where am I? Oh, all right. So that's sort of the introduction. All right. So I'm going to all right. So I'm going to read this anonymous. This is the second person here in our debunking episode. If you just got here and you don't know what I'm doing, this is the debunking episode of the myth that those spikes from these here equal messed up data from, or someone injecting into the data stream, because this was, how do I say this? This was what was happening on the whole rest of the world. So therefore, Tomsk, Russia, is falsifying data. That's kind of part of one of the tenets to this here. All right. But this second person, having made the claim, right? We're debunking this theory here. All right. So, first, she says, first, I do not believe in anything. I check things out. Okay. It is not only the missing data that got filled in 2 days later. At the time, the YT site streaming live not just stopped, but old streams disappeared. Okay. I don't, you got to check with YouTube on that. Okay, the newest now are from 5 months ago. If for those who don't know, the YouTube Hermeticus, I think the name is Hermeticus, and they do like a live streaming of the Schumann resonances. Okay, and it's interesting, I guess, to go over there. All right, so it's another source of it, but there's a part of me that doesn't want to sit there for it's the chat. It's really, really the chat. That's why you go over there for the chat. Honest to goodness. And like I guess the same thing here. We go to Wages World. It's the same thing, and it's like you know each other. And even if you're not there for long, I was over at Prime Disclosure today. I can't recall having been to a live stream. It's short. It's like, oh, those of us in the audience kind of bonded together for a few minutes. Like, oh, you all are very sweet. It's the same thing that happens with Wages and over at Mark Pyers and the family. And when Dutch does a live stream or whoever, it's like you see the same people. Ron over there, my contemporaries, if you will. My peers. Uh, you know, and so when we do these things, it's like it's great to have the when you can have a somewhat of a running dialogue with the people, it's great. And even if it's not, it's like, all right, let me give you the material here. And even if I can't answer the questions or whatever, it's like, leave me comments or whatever, and I'll go back over this sometimes and kind of look through it. And it's a whole community that we build here through doing this. And it's the best possible thing. And that's why Twitch, that's why D Live, that's why, the messaging system through Zoom. And listen, let me just say this for the few of you who are here and those of you who will be here later or whatever. If you want to do a Zoom meeting with me, I have it installed and we'll talk. I think we can do a one-on-one for nothing. I'm on there and I'm willing to do that. We'll do a live stream. Um, what's his name there? Mark Pyers. He wanted to do a live stream with me. I have the studio set up. Technically, I can do this. And this, honestly, is one of the first live streams I've done where I've gotten everything, the whole. So wait, hold on. I'm pontificating. Where am I? All right. So this is the first time I've gotten the whole kind of studio, like all totally set up. Alex has helped me do a lot of the prep work for it, and so now I've got everything kind of more or less situated, and it's warm, baby. I'm ready to roll. So as I'm able to, when I have the mental wherewithal and I have the time, I want to do more of these. I like doing these, and so I want to get questions and answer Q&A with people on basic stuff. Make sure you understand the basics to this. Even if there's only, eight of you here in the room, if it's the same eight of you who've been here from the beginning and you've really have learned something, or the six of you, I know off the top of my head, there's six, or maybe eight viewers, regular viewers, who are here every time. And I know Wages catches these as he can. He's not able to stay through the whole thing. It's kind of the same thing with his, but I love his show because of the comments, you guys. And so part of this is you guys, the comments, keeping me going, and really the love and even the new people that I see that say, wow, I really got a lot out of what you were talking about. It's like it really makes me, it makes my day. Some of the comments when people say you really help things make a lot of sense to me. I never thought of it that way, and like it really, I can't even say it. It's just it means a lot, you know, and That's kind of one of the things here that's for me a big deal about doing this is having like, a face to face as if I was, talking with you. And that's why when I pontificate, it's, my guides, my spirit guides that are helping me do this, said, you got to be present for this and make sure you're face to face. The other people, YouTubers, whatever, have their way, whatever. And this how the hardware that they gave me, this is how I can set it up, and it's a wonderful thing. All right, so onward and upward. So she says, I don't believe in anything streaming. Hermeticus, like I said. I was last time I was able to see them streaming the previous day or two before the blackout. Someone was asking why the comments got deleted. Next thing I see, everything's gone. All right, I don't know what's up with that, but we all know how uh, funny YouTube can be about the comments. But the other thing I would say is you're posting a live stream, like that's hours long. Like I couldn't blame them for having technical problems with your videos. Like you live stream for hours and hours and hours, unless I don't know for hours, days, I guess if left unattended. So they're there. Like you got kind of issues with that. It's ballsy to sort of do that, but all right, it's a public service, so whatever. But there's technical issues. So like that's not a proof. It's YouTube effery. Like all right. So when the two things like that happened, normally not me, yeah, it's you on you. You do you, girl. Normally got suspicious. On September 2nd, do you remember that? September 2nd? Because I do. I was in the hospital around that time. The 3rd, I think, was the last good day I had. Schumann got flatlined on Tomsk graphs. It lasted for 2 days. That was a flat line, right? Yeah, we talked about that. The wonky data. I did 6 videos, at least 6 videos on the wonky data of that time. Yes. And I don't think that was September 2nd. Um, and it was odd. Came back the 3rd day, right? But they didn't fill in data at that time. I remember that. They deleted it, and you could tell. But you knew you're following along. Yeah, I thought it will be funny if this happens again. And yes, it was the same. No, it wasn't. Came back the 3rd day. I was shocked to see the data placed on the previously blank spaces which did not happen, right? You're comparing, my dear, apples and oranges, two totally, completely different things, right? And the way you're representing them is not how it happened, okay? I didn't say all of this, but now that I have you here, a person who's not my group member, I'll use the C word because clowns are scary. I'm going to put that on my T-shirt. I'm going to use the C word on you because clowns are scary. Anyway, that'll be my little signature. Don't make me use the C word on you because clowns are scary. Bing. All right, that's my joke. That's today's joke for the day. All right. Where are we? I just talked about that. September 2nd, that fateful day. Then the Italian site, time between two, except whatever, right? Then the Italian site that used to use this alternative site, in the previous case too, comes with some crazy number of 800, and that was like the second, that blastature, I think there. The Twin Towers were the 11,000, so we got that 800. Oh, come on, man, come on, peak. And then we got, yeah, I think these are the Twin Towers there. Right. So there you go. So there's a chain of events, right? My first question is why is there practically only one source and not multiple sources around the world to compare? Well, you came to the right place for that, honey. The 8 or so of you who are still here know the answer to that question. All right. So, actually, before I even answer that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to get some music playing. This is going to probably be a long live stream. I think why not? Let's get this off of here, actually. Oh, come on. Because I need to get a drink or make some coffee or something, and I'm gonna just play some music. Find something here. Hold on. All right. So while we're looking at the relevance of this, oh yeah, I'll play some Water Gun. Bradley, drop the link. Yeah, Bradley, drop the link for the I'll play Water Gun, but drop the link.
friends and family, my loved ones, they mean so much to me. 'Cause when we all get together, reminiscing on the good times that we shared, I wish it could last forever. Still knowing that love is still here. Home is where my heart is open. Yes, it is. There's no place I'd rather be. There's no place I'd rather be. Sharing love and laughter. Sharing love and laughter. Twice the home is where my heart is. There's no place like home. There's no place I'd rather be. There's no place I'd rather be. Sharing love and laughter. Sharing love and laughter. Twice the home. You see, at home, I know my father will be there. Yes, he will. At home, I know my mother will be there. Oh, at home, I know my brother will be there. At home, my sister will be there. Yes, she will. At home, I know a smile will be there. Yes, it will. At home, I know love will be there. Yes, it will. Oh, at home, I know love will be there. Home is where the heart is. That's where I wanna be. That's where I'm gonna be. If you wanna come, where the heart is. There's no place yes, it is. There's no place like home. Sharing love and laughter. Sharing love and laughter. Joyous time. A joyous time. I'm talking about a good time. There's no place I'd rather be. Oh, no, no, no. Sharing love and laughter. Sharing love and laughter. Joyous time. Yeah, take me home. Take me home. Take me home. I wanna go home. Don't you wanna come and go with me? Come and go with me. Joyous time. Take me home. Take me home. There's no place like home. There's no place like home. No, 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 no.
Oh, yep, that's the end of the mix. Okay, smoke break is over. Yeah, whether you wanted to or not. Okay. I'm, coffee is made. Here I am, back on track. I don't have the Judy the Time Life operator headphones on right now. Maybe I'll keep them off. It's a good, this is my camera. I hadn't intended when I got it, or I got this as a gift actually. It's like 5 years ago now, or easily 4 years, and it's an amazing bit of hardware, and it's a Samsung J3, and I'm gonna eventually get a streaming camera or something, whatever, something that's not my phone. But it's like, oh my God, this thing, it's great. It produces great pictures and the video and the quality of the audio, the microphone, little tiny whatever microphone. So anyway, uh, I got off the point. So where was I? All right. So this is updated from. Um, all right. Let's just. This is flatlining. All right. Are you seeing this? When we talk about a flat line, that's this. Here. Wow. All right. On that cheery note, uh, oh, Axe. Yeah, Axe 412. Joanna, hi, thank you. Welcome back. All right. So now I'm serious. I have my Judy the Time Life. That's what my ex used to call it. The when he was working at his job, the Judy the Time Life operator headset. I thought that was brilliant. Um, I don't want to show my bald head. I guess I'm going to have to. I'm not getting old. That's what I like with this camera. Okay, I see myself. All right, so put it to use. I'm not that hideous, but anyway. All right, okay. So this is the latest from Tomsk. This right here is literally a flat line. Yeah, okay. There's a little life there. So, all right. So, when back to the text, when she talks about it flatlined, she did, one of them did. All right. So, um, there's all right. So I'm backing to. So we're at the. We're back on track. There's 8 of you in the room. Thank you very much. 25 likes. Thank you. Um, and we're just a preview of where we're at. What's our stated conscious, clear intention? All right, hold on. My coffee's down. What is our stated, clear intention? All right, so what we're doing here is we are talking about the. I hate wires. I hate wireless. I don't hate anything. I just dislike it. Um, I dislike this thing shaking. It's on a wire coat hanger, farmer coat hanger. I didn't spend any money for it. The coat hanger was free. The nails are free. The wood was free. Okay, that's why I like the J3 because it's made for this and it all fits. It all works here. Anyway, all right. So, where was I? Stop interrupting me. Um, Thank you all for being here. Uh, So in our narrative here of the false data, we talk about um, the crazy number of the flatline. Here it is. All right. So she said the Schumann on that day got flatlined, but that was the a wonky data. That was a computer glitch. You could see it was repeated. right? It was in a feedback loop. If those of you who remember, I'm not going to dig up the picture, but if you can remember from that time, it was like it was in a cycle, it was a repeating cycle. This, we just happen to have this beautiful model in front of us is right now happening, a flat line. It's not quite flat though, right? There's a little burble there, a little burble, a little perk back to life. But what's happening there? How are you getting? That's the quality. There's not a flat line there. It's not really showing that there. But I have said there's a generally an inverse relationship between the frequency and the quality. Right? So I'm looking at this. This is at the moment. I'm seeing what's spiking, what's peaking. These are the magnetic side. Once the electrics are released, you see this though? Those spikes are related there. That's spiky, spiky. How is that not doing there? How has that got something there? Right? You see that's related to that. That's sort of mirroring that. That's a spiky there. The green, you see the green mode is matching up with 4. This is the heavy part of the wave. Right here, the quality. This is the heavy part down here, and this is the height of it, the amplitude. These are definitely related. They a lot of times these two stick together. The 4, that magnetics and that magnetics, and I'm sorry, that electrics and that magnetic stay together there. Okay. Now you look at this. This is a mid-grade electrics, as I call that, but it's mid-grade magnetics. And what I mean by that is these two, orange. Then you have not that, I guess. You're not doing nothing. Remember, it's like two. What's the best way? I keep trying to figure it out the best way to present this to people so they know uh, the best way to present this to people so they know what the Schumann resonances are relative to the environment that you're in, the world, the globe. All right. So the amplitude doesn't last long, but you see in this general area here, wherever this is taken, this may not be your neck of the woods, but as a learning model, show you how this works. You see this hump here and the height of it. So the Schumann resonances themselves are not rising. All right. What is happening is it's like they're bunching up. If you take I want to give you a picture. I've shown you different ways to look at. All right, hold on. Sorry. I've given you different ways for you to look at um, the harmonics with the flame and the kind of the constant motion like that. All right. Picture it this way. All right. That if you had a sheet, right? You take a sheet and you start flailing it. Okay. And then you start you start flailing it a little faster, right? You'll start having these in between kind of interferences, and it creates a kind of chaotic pattern until they kind of equalize each other out. So they're kind of I they're like crests of the waves. I don't know how to, give you I talk about it stacked up like cordwood. Okay. So you have to also, one of the things is to look at this as height off of the ground. Okay. That's a really, I think that if I can give that to you, offer that to you, if you almost can picture it as 6.6 feet almost, or yeah, roughly speaking. Okay. So there's also these in between half harmonics as well. And that's what these here are. You see the peaks, and then there's the in between and the rippling effect. Okay. So as the electric waves, the electric the as the electric goes from an upright into a wave, it starts once it starts accumulating the charge, after lightning, pulls out, lightning, it moves out. It's still electric coming, because there's a lot of voltage, high electric, high charge, and eventually over time, given enough of the tumbling, I guess, motion of the electric, the charge, and transferring it into a physical wave, cohering it so that it starts vibrating, outwards, and then it kind of falls down or tumbles down, because you got to remember it's always spinning. So it's like a churning motion, if you will. You know how you see the water kind of churning? Dutch, I know a lot of you follow Dutch, and you've seen the resonance tank. It sends it out, and then all of a sudden in the middle, it sends out this plop plop. That's a great way to kind of picture this effect. Okay, and so if you have those of you who've seen it, kind of leave a holler in the comments, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. And it's a recent thing he's shown. All right, so all right, so that's generally speaking what's happening. And so here, this is an interesting phenomenon of itself that just happened, is that the given the no, not that, sorry. This is back to this disclosurenews.com is back to the one from Tomsk. That's interesting. They're, maybe they got tired of trying to figure it out, and they're like, oh, let's go back to the trusted source, and that's how I refer to this, as the trusted source. Okay, just in case you haven't seen it, you didn't know. I call the this frugal form. All right, so I'm just reading the comments right now. Yeah, Bradley, up the link for water gun. Hot chick. Okay, gotta go, Tom. All right, so yeah, maybe his wife, yeah. Do the waves flow? All right, so let me read. Virgo comment from question, I think. Do the waves flow in one direction, or can the frequency be pulled in opposite direction by two opposing forces and cause a flat line? Yeah, that's that. That's what I'm showing you. That's your flat line. Yes, if I've understood the correction question, comma, Virgo psych correctly, this is your flat line. However, you have all this other stuff in here that is not, uh, how do I say this? It, it, if you take a musical string and you kind of pluck it and then you start kind of pull it, I don't know if you're familiar, or string, you kind of tighten it up. You start pulling the ends away from each other. You tighten a musical, a guitar string or whatever, and you kind of is pling, 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 pling. Yeah, as you tighten, you got to remember the atmosphere, the lower atmosphere, is generally it's a insulator, so it's like uh, water and oil, if you will, sort of. It forces the interactive spring. I don't know how better to put it. Resistor. It's in terms of electricity here. It's a resistor. Uh, the Earth. All right. So listen. There's two circuits of. Let me throw a little science at you here. The Earth has two circuits. There's the DC and the AC. Okay. Now there are there's a sandwich. There's like a battery to this. Okay. All right, good. The six of you here will learn something. All right. So, and I posted this other place before, but and this is something I really want to put out there for people to understand this. The DC and the AC circuit. Okay. So, Wages says the Earth is a capacitor. Yeah. Bam. That is the ionosphere in the top, where the magnetosphere and the ionosphere cause this plasmoid kind of doohickey that's mingling. The magnetosphere is touching the ionosphere. The ionosphere is in a circle, or ionosphere is in a circle around the Earth. Okay. The magnetosphere, the ionosphere acts directly with the ionosphere acts directly with, you've seen that, if you've seen, a lot of you have seen the wages model. You have the magnetosphere which wraps around the planet. Then you have the ionosphere, what is circles the planet. All right. So the magnetosphere has that kind of figure eight, oddball, weird figure eight shape where it's up, kind of bunched up in the bow or bow shock, I guess. Kind of has this kind of rounded kind of dealio going on. And so that can be kind of pushed in to the Earth, and it's the magnetosphere gets usually traps all that stuff, sends it around the Earth, hugs the Earth. Okay, with this, our protective hugging of the magnetosphere. Now, as the magnetic pole is shifting, it comes hand in hand with the weakening of that, and so as the magnetosphere kind of thins out, weakens in this wonderful time of transition, uh, we become more susceptible to that next layer down of the ionosphere, of it taking a direct hit. And when it takes a direct hit, that's mixed right with that's us, the nitrogen, oxygen, air. That's our, like, the last boundary of our planet. There, it's wrapped up electromagnetically in the DC circuit up there. Okay, that the Earth, the Sun Earth connection, the magnetic connection, is like a DC circuit. Okay, and I did a video on of this. Tom, what's his name there, where you saw that at the very beginning, the two circuits of the Earth. Okay, so there's the DC on the outside there. Okay, and then you have the insulating cavity, what they call the waveguide of the planet, and that is the inertia, the inertness. There's argon, little tiny krypton or whatever, but it's nitrogen, mostly nitrogen and oxygen. The upper atmosphere has more oxygen. Wages World has gone over that. You all know. And the sprites, we've talked about that, and I've done videos on that. And there's information to be had about that. And so, we talk about um, uh, where was I? So as we lose our magnetic, you know, binding, it takes a hit, a direct hit. Uh, then stuff really starts happening, and it fries the electronics, and stuff does not work, and this goes into a lot more than I had wanted to talk about on this, but good night, Tom. All right. I am reading the comments here. All right, so I think I answered that Virgo psych. To the bay. Oh, Bradley sent the link. Hold on. I guess that's the way you can do it. All right. Oh, actually, hold on. All right, we're going to take a break here for a minute to see what this does. Was that it? All right, hold on. All right, hold on a sec. Thank you all for being patient.
surrounded me. She's got wild eyes, she's a fairy child, and she put a little spell on me. She wanna dance in the sun. I'm a girl and I'm fine. Shot her with a water gun. Got me feeling like the one. She wanna dance in the sun. I'm a girl and I'm fine. Shot her with a water gun. Got me feeling like the watermelon for my pretty baby, please. She's a stoner on the beach. Golden hair flows in the breeze. Summer movie in the afternoon, spinning circles in a dress for me. She wanna dance in the sun. I'm a girl and I'm fine. Shot her with a water gun. Got me feeling like the one. She wanna dance in the sun. I'm a girl and I'm fine. Shot her with a water gun. Got me feeling like the She wanna dance in the sun. I'm a girl and I'm fine. Shot her with a water gun.
Okay. Very nice. Thank you, Bradley. I'm back on track.
Alright, so
No, no, you won't.
no, I don't. You go.
No, we're gonna skip that. We're gonna do that. Alrighty, let's cancel that. All right. So I'm live. I have to talk. I have to say something. All right. So, um, yeah, I got to get to my reply on this. It's been 2.5 hours. 2314. All right. So right. All right. So all right. So thank you all for being here. The four of you. I love you too, Bradley. Sorry about that. That was my smoke break. That's part of the reason why I like having music is because I can take a smoke break, have a drink. I answer the comments. That's one of the things that I like doing with Alex, or having live music. And while we've been working on trying to get the equipment, that's most of what I've been doing here, is trying to get the equipment up and running. He's been very helpful with me, and most of my subscribers, or anyone that I care about anyway, who I hate without being rude or whatever, the people that I care about who have offered intelligent feedback and whatever. Pardon me. Uh, y'all like music, and the wages world is the Mark Pyers family, and I'm in that too because, because I'm running up in his banner, like all right, so I feel like a deacon in a church or something, I don't know, but it's a commitment to be there. I definitely am there, and I know I see a lot of you there, and thank you. And even if I have like four, I keep looking at how many people are in the room, and I try to act accordingly. All right, so like I went from 16 down to 4. All right, so I lost some folks, but I know at least Bradley's here. He will stay through the whole thing, and well, why? Because I played played the song, our song. This is um, I don't want to say mascot. It sounds like the wrong thing, but the water gun is the mascot for this song, the mascot for this, program here. That song is the mascot for, if you will. All right, if I hopefully I'm not talking gibberish now. Um, all right, so back to all right. So we've seen that. We've seen that. All right. So I may or may not get to that. But I've already been through the first half of the conspiracy, the so-called conspiracy of the uh, the screwball data. All right, I'll just say that from Tomsk. All right. So um, all right. So why is practically only one source and not uh, I believe she says, I believe this other source even less than what comes from Tomsk. Now, that hit me a little bit kind of personally because honest to goodness, for the whatever you might say about, all right, hold on, I'm pontificating. All right, so whatever you might say about, Tomsk, don't speak ill of them. There's scientists over there and they do their work and they all right, so hopefully this won't make things blurry. If that maybe that'll be okay. I don't know. I don't know nothing. All right. So I just know I can't really see myself in the thing, and if I can't see myself, then maybe I'm not a creeper here. I want to actually be seen. That's why I'm doing this. All right. So I'll let Jerry know. So as a result, I'm taking this from a logical perspective. This argument here of this the data. I'm not taking this in an insult. Uh, and I'm taking this as a new person, a newcomer. Her, the two of them, the one that I gave earlier and this one, oh so way long ago in this video, about you know, about this issue. And so I'm keeping it logical. I'm keeping it sticking it to the facts. There's no personality in this, not theirs, not mine. And we're just looking at this from a logical perspective of why and how you're not getting this kind of falsified data from these uh, great scientists and technicians at Tomsk. I'm don't please don't my perspective is this: don't make any unsubstantiated claims about their veracity unless you have proof. And just as I'll even cut to the chase. Well, at 2 hours into this, I'll cut to the chase and say, if you don't have proof of the malfeasance of uh, Tomsk, then please do not accuse them. Unless you got a smoking gun, don't accuse them of bad will. Just please. And so uh, I had to tone down what I said after the woman said basically, if you're rude to people, you'll lose your group. And I'm like, all right, I'm not trying to lose enthusiastic group members, or that's not the point. So I will keep a civil head because we're talking about this logically, and it's not a personality thing. And so that's one of the things about this, and one of the things that I, as a moderator, I don't really kind of bang people too much on what they say. People should have a freedom to say what they want to say, but it's sometimes the way you say it, and if you're not civil about how you say things, then like maybe I'll plug you, or unplug you for a minute. And I will just on a side note, last night in the chats, the two of them, two and going back and forth, and Isaiah's granny just bloop timed them both out, and I was like, "Thank you, you are an angel," because I can see and not see both your points, and you're bickering and squabbling in here, and you're fuzzing up the chat here with your personalities, and you both have issues. Take it off the screen. Take the energy out of here. And, I just applauded that. Thank you. The group, the rest of us have spoken. Thank you. It was like, I'll tell you a side story and a side note. There was one time I was at Starbucks. This was downtown, and this guy brought his kid in, and the kid's like 5 years old, 6 years old, and he's just kind of screeching and screaming, "Ah, ah, ah," and making a loud nuisance of himself. And the rest of us, and the father's trying to put the kid down and trying to, kind of calm him down, and he's not going. And then, I just kind of looked over, he wants to get up on the chair at Starbucks, and I can see he's ready to fall over on him. The dad says, "You got to get down." He's like, "No." And he's like, "Yes." And I say, "No, and you have to calm down." And I just looked at the kid. Then he went down to reading and whatever. Just said something to him. And I looked at the kid like the name is not your name on the the marquee out in front of this place. The father obviously never did that. But the just all it took was just a word. So sometimes, all right. So let me get on with the text before I pontificate. All right. So, and I know I keep losing track of where I'm at. And so thank you all for being here. I know that a few comments were made about, keeping on track and whatever. Uh, so there's a lot going on. I appreciate everyone for being here. Thank you all, even if there's, for one of you, even if I don't care if there's one of you, someone, as long as there's not no one, because I know that at least that one person, who that one person will be. All right. So, and I got to get through this, and I think because there's more stuff on the antenna stuff. All right. So Virgo's like, "Hi, Virgo," and Raina, "Hi, Nate, Raina." Okay. That is wonderful. And Bradley, there you go. So my four caballeros hanging out around the campfire. And again, these videos, as much as they are, if you're interested in the subject, it's a talk, it's a commentary. We all go back to each other's videos and watch them later on. I do that with wages. I do that with other videos. It's a thing. It's a documentary. So even, like I said, as long as there's one person in here getting something out of it, and there's someone in the chat and it's not dead, I'll keep plugging through this material. And, like I said, I have this hooked up. So wait, hold on, I'm pontificating. I have this hooked up so that I have two screens. I have the work screen here with the capture unit, and then I have the home unit, the home computer, laptop, an HP that I do all the comments on. And so the good Lord has provided me with a really nice system, or the universe, that allows me to do this. And I have a webcam that I got for $2.99 from Savers. The universe has been good because it's wanted me to do this. Okay, and so I appreciate you all for being here. And so I like doing this because of what was, see the comments. All right. So here, what was Joanna? What was with the map of Italy? All right. So no talk from the dark. All right. Okay. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. Raina. Yeah. She got it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. All right. All right. There you go. Yeah. Exactly. So and I will go into, even because I always treat this like there's people constantly, even if there's four, then maybe someone scooted out and someone else came in and whatever. All right, so without knowing, I like kind of doing the beginner stuff, the newcomer, like, all right, what am I talking about? Let me give you a review. All right, so the map where it comes from was here, this article here. Give you the source, scientific research, an academic publisher, right? I said, ooh. They gotta have some stuff, and it's from Open Journal of Earthquake Research, Volume 6, Number 2, May. Fairly recent. Okay, and so this guy here, there's two articles that I had sort of got confused. That's the map there. This was the other article. Where are you here? Same guy. He wrote a bunch of here. This one as well. The CN. Here we go. All right. So recently, this was up at this. This is the one from CIEN, CIEN, um, and that stands for uh, Central Italy Electromagnetic Network. All right. So they're the guy who works with them, Cristiano. This is a conference. Okay, somewhere I think, yeah, it's a blah, blah, conference at Lecce. All right. Um, that's what this is. And so within the course of the body of the article, the long ass article I had read, it gave the locations and what and when they started. And anyone who's been here since the beginning, Bradley, namely, you'll remember there was a long ass list of what station started when, and all that and all that. Uh, and here, they're ones that you remember. So that's what these guys are here. These are detector stations, to get you up to the highway speed here. These are detector stations from all around the area that's getting. It's an earthquake prone area. And as a review, it says a test is being realized by means of a network of wideband electromagnetic detectors that continuously records the electric components of the electromagnetic field ranging from a few of hertz to tens of hertz. The network has been operating in central Italy for more than 10 years. The recorded signals from this network have been analyzed in real time as well as their power spectrum contents. Time frequency data have been saved for further analysis. The spectral contents have evidenced very distinct power spectrum signatures in ELF band that increases in intensity when strong seismic activity occurs near the stations. For example, at the time of armistice, I'm not going to go back into all that again. Um, this just review here, but that's what the map is. Okay, so um, thank you for coming in. All right, so um, so this person here, Hiram Holistic, or this interaction here. This is where I'm at in the narrative. The first question is practically no. There is no one source from around. All right, so here's the issue that it's not that there are not other sources. Any of you who've been here from the beginning, who know me, have seen enough of the videos to know I've shown antenna makers from around the globe, give or take, as I can. Some from Japan and all over the place. Can't even remember where all of them are from. Uh, and explained how and why antenna locations matter. Okay, and that's been from the very beginning. Be careful where you put them because you don't want interference. These guys put them where they want interference. Okay? All right. So that's why this here is important. And all of the I don't know, it's it's a chapter unto itself, and especially it becomes a very early the chapter comes up now of why it's important to know about what they're doing and how local interference gives you ridiculous off the chart readings. You want to know how to read it? Follow along. I will be doing more of this until the conspiracy, the myth of funky data coming from Tomsk is dispelled and put to rest in the closet or 6 feet under. I never have to hear this again. Honest to goodness. You know. And so one of the questions I asked the other person, person A, was what personal animosity do you have toward the Russian site? Like what did they ever do to you? Like they just want to feed, serve you up some reports on Schumann resonances. It's a academic institution. It's a public service. They're publicly funded. Lady, what do you want from these people? This is a thought. I didn't say this. I didn't express it, but here you, the faithful four or eight, whatever you are now. Oh my God, I love coffee. 3D is the only place with coffee, by the way. Oh, no, and these are densities. I need to point out something. Um, What are the they? I'm off again. These are the densities. Where are we? All right. So your dimensions run these way, up way. These are the temporal. These are real quick. Bam, bam, bam. What you're left with is the densities. That's what these are. This is the 6.6 scale. This is the 10. It's 10. When you have the Cartesian grid is a square. Always a square. Eternally a square. Okay. One by one. That's the Cartesian grid. One by one by one. Cubic. All right. So that is not the scale of this. All right. So even though you have seconds, you have a 60-60 scale here, and then a 10. Okay. You can't have zero exists as an imaginary number. You can't have 10. You don't have 10 fingers. You have five and two. Or you have two of five. You feet, whatever. It's 10 is not. A zero doesn't exist anywhere. It's a vacuum. A zero is a numerical vacuum, and nature abhors a vacuum. So, in order to support a vacuum, there's a lot of resources that you have to use, or there is resources to support that zero as a something for nothing or something out of nothing. It's a singularity. The zero that we use so commonly, you flail it around, is a singularity, a numerical singularity. It shouldn't exist, and yet it does. It supported a lot of crap, I guess. But you don't. You have that here in the temporal, perhaps, but the densities don't get that. You compress. Excuse me. Sorry. The the weight, the absolute occupation of like a densified matter, where it's kind of solidified, is where this kind of starts, and it bunches up in these stratifications as resonances. And you can almost, if you saw a string kind of, if you saw a string kind of pulled and then tightened up, that's sort of what this image is. I'm trying to give a good analogy of something you can see. There is this thing here, it's just a blob of color, but in your everyday life, sorry about that, in your everyday life, what would it be? How does this relate to you? And this is the advanced course. I'm grateful for those of you who are here, and can kind of withstand my ramblings and kind of meanderings. Um, hey, if Mark Pyers can do a live cast till 3 in the morning, I can be on here for a few hours. Like I said, as long as I got one viewer and the chat's not dead, I'm doing this. Because there's a lot that needs to be. Sorry, frog in my throat. There is. Let me take a coffee break here. There's a lot that needs to be said about the Schumann resonances, and I'm one of the few, or the only people, the only person who can really talk about it from a technical, scientific. Um, and there's a lot of people that mean well, a lot of people that speak about it in some kind of general way, or they get all kinds of oddball ideas. But I am the guy, really. Uh, that, and even wages, who's like the next in line, who Queen I don't know. I mean, you look at, I look around, I see who's got material. I go to the experts, but they're not in YouTube that I can find. So as the liaison, the go-between between the antenna makers and these guys who don't, you can't find nothing about them guys in English. Um, that meaning Tomsk, and Italy, I have no idea how to get a hold of the CN live feed, the Central Italy live feed. I have no idea if Disclosure News isn't posting theirs. Then I have no idea. I've looked. Believe me, I've looked. Their website is the front. I guess I don't know. I don't know if that sounds like it's a bad thing, but it's just their front. It doesn't. Like I can't get into any of their live feeds like you can at Tomsk. So the question of why isn't there more? It's like, well, you, here's my response to this. I'm glad there's not more. After seeing the hysteria, and I'm just saying this, from me to, the my faithfuls here, and any of wages that, are over here who just are kind of in agreement with me, that I'm kind of glad they don't have more of this free to the public. Because if you see what happened and the conspiracies that developed and the hysteria, almost, I don't know a better way to put it. uh, and I'm trying not to be, rude or whatever, but it's like you're basing sorry about that. You're basing your hypothesis on very little kind of flimsy evidence, and what you're calling as evidence, it's not evidence because it's not a proof of any sort. You've made connections. YouTube thing. Okay. So up to this point, that's what she's saying. And so the question is, it's a good question that I have answered. Why isn't it? Well, I'm glad it's not because they don't know how to read it. They get the wrong information. Then they freak out. And then they say the world is ending. Or, you feel that. And then I like, oh yeah, well, they talk about me. And accuse me of not feeling the shift. And I'm like, oh, are you effing for real? Are you really me? Me? Uh, me? Like, okay, you clearly haven't, you don't know who I am, and you're new here. I mean, if we're going through this conversation, we're new here. So, you're new. And so, in part, that's why she's one of them. And so, it's like you need to know what you're looking at. And that's part of why I find it's very, to me, very super important that they put this literature in with. I'm sorry, I'm down in the basement. Um, that's not it. Oh, this one here with the horse head. All right. So this is an antenna maker. So I really personally am. It's my personal view that and I'm kind of pontificating, but it's my personal view that these graphs should be shown with stuff like this, and from antenna makers. So you have to see what they're doing, right? This is how, like, when I talk about the data chain, okay, this is part of answering the whole conspiracy thing of how and why and where are you going to insert data points into that, right? The preamp. This is what I talk about, that within this chain here, this daisy chain signal conditioning setup, you need to know how the signal gets from point A to point B. Right? And I've done a video of this before, and I think of this. This is one of my favorite. This right here, the journal, Springer Open. Eureka Journal on Wireless Communications and Networking, a new portable ELF, Schumann resonance receiver, design and detailed analysis of the antenna and the analog front end. All right, by this guy in Greece. I think this is all from Greece. Okay, it's bookmark. All right, but they show you here somewhere in there if I remember correctly. So, yeah, I don't need to go any deeper. I do that. And that was one of the comments that she had made in there. Go deeper. It's like, oh, no, honey. You need to go deeper and figure out what the hell it is you're looking at to know what you're seeing. You can't, no one can pull the wool over my eyes. I've got too much reading here that I've done. I respectfully submit to you. All right. So, onward and upward. All right. So it's not that there is only one source, it's that you need to do some work. And if you're in the general public, maybe, maybe it's not their place to provide it free when it costs them money. I don't know how to better put it to you than that. I didn't say that. But that was simply a thought I had, and that's why I love doing these live streams because I yes I get to say what I want and not offend the person who said it, and maybe I don't know. Hopefully it's not entertaining in a rude or inconsiderate way, or a way without heart. um, because I'm not making fun of her, but she's standing for this anonymous person is standing for the conspiracy theory here, and I don't even like calling it a conspiracy theory because I have more respect for conspiracy theories than this, if you will. Fantasy, I've been calling it. I'm sorry about that. Fantasy Island. You live in a fantasy island, lady. You have tattoo as your butler. Um, all right. So it's embedded in educational material, and well, it is. You should be reading that, my dear, because you will learn something. Okay. Second, I know amplitude is different from frequency, but I was never able to find this number on other Tom's graphs. Well, you obviously clearly haven't been looking that long and deal only with low, they deal with very low numbers, 14 to 27. Yeah, well, I think even the people that were watching, the four of you, the mighty four, the fabulous four, will have remembered numbers larger than 27, and that's not hertz. Remember, amplitude, right? I can correct her on this, but she says, I know amplitude is different from frequency, right? She's all right, so doesn't really know. Whatever. When the Italian site was posting consistently numbers that were way above that, 30 to 60, yeah, well, you don't know what you're looking at. And I remember 135 in April, say, I don't know where you're looking, blah, blah, blah. And I do not see where this fits at all. And these numbers are based on Tomsk, not the other site. Okay. I know a lady that comments on this every day, and she did not even comment on the blackout until I was asked about it. 30 minutes later, a new video appeared, but nothing meaningful was said about it. Okay, well, you're going to take it on that lady, and who is that lady? I follow a lady, but you don't know who her name is. I'm pretty sure I know who you're talking about. And I say this with love because you should go over and support her. Her name is Miranda Kelly, and she does the Resonance Reporter, and she does a great job. And I have nothing but wonderful things to say about her. So she goes to, as far as I know, she goes to Tomsk, or did the last time I was over there, and she has kind of what I would say an ascension-based kind of program. And so any of you who are light workers in this, or you know what I'm talking about, you'll appreciate her thing. I have her on my, one of my subscriptions. And thank you all who are still here, and thank you if you've just come over and say, and give me a thumbs up, or you want to share this, or whatever. If I haven't bored you, bye, Michelle. it helps when you know the language of yeah, well, yeah, yeah. You start winding up having to know the language of research, and it becomes, what. That's why I love the abstracts because they kind of boil it down into just generally simple language. And if you can't make it through the abstract, this is what I found. If you can't make it through the abstract, then chances are you're not going to be able to figure the article out. That's what I found. It's a good litmus test for for if you can make it through the article. And any of you followed me long enough knows you've seen a bunch of me do me. You have seen that I have do a bunch of those. The research articles and the stuff like this. Um, and I've shown you, giving you the technical data, and I've shared it with you. And, there's a part of me that hopes that there are some geeks and nerds out there who really are as interested in this as I am in a nuts and bolts and inductor and capacitor level. There's, you know, uh, yeah, it's a thing. It's an acquired taste. Yeah. Oh, yeah. There you go. And I think Bradley too. That's why we get along so well. You know, Narda Harmonez. Okay. Sorry, I think I butchered your name. That is a name I did not recognize. Thank you for being here. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I hate statistics. Oh my God. I'd rather stab myself in the eye with a dull ballpoint pen than do statistics. But Alex is good with those. That's why I love him. We kind of complement each other. That he was a mathematician, and he was, like that was his thing, and he can do that, and he's got all kinds of things about statistics, and we joke, and that's it's a thing. He was an accountant. He's a trained accountant, and he can do business kind of stuff. So, we've always had a great time together. All right, so Miranda Kelly is probably the one she's talked about, and like I said, and so there's no my thought there was there's no need for her to comment on it. I don't know, whatever. All right, so she says, I am not invested in this. I do not make videos. I only care about truth, which is being exterminated from our reality at a very fast pace this year. Okay, well, that's been going on for a while, I guess, but all right, so I replied in kind, thank you for the comments and the feedback. To my understanding, some of what you say falls under the category of belief. It's either not factually supported or it's just a coincidence, meaning bad timing. It happens, nothing to be ashamed of. And I'll say this because I think it's important. What's my kind of theory on belief is that you can have your own belief, and the difference between I put it this way. I look at belief as an opinion not validated by fact. It's not based in fact. You can't prove it. I'm fine with that. I'm not going to dissuade anyone in their beliefs. Here, and when I do this, uh, that's why I have a lot of kind of leeway in comments and stuff. I try. It's a work in progress. That um, that I let people have their kind of viewpoint or whatever. Um, but independent of me, I don't care. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Okay. However, when you try and push that off as factual or or scientific or whatever, or you make these spurious claims, then what happens is I have to, I especially it's related to only when it's related to the Schumann. I don't care, you know, otherwise. And it, it when it relates to the Schumann, and so here I have. Oops, sorry about that. And thank you for everyone for still being here. It's 3 hours into this. This was a little longer than I had thought. But this is important stuff. We're talking about this great conspiracy theory. I don't care. This can go on all night. I got coffee. I'll play water gun. Again, and I'll get some more coffee. I'll comment if anyone's still in comments. I'll comment on it. A lot of you and the family. You're here out of pity or whatever. As long as Bradley is here, I know that we could do this all night. Honest to goodness. And if you tune in, you learn something, it's over your head, whatever. Leave some comments. Thank you for your love. Even if there's one of you here, I'll do this. I appreciate everyone for being here. It's wonderful. I'm here, you're here, we're learning something. Um, and you know, the the argument is the data. The argument is the data. Where are they being able to put the data into the stream? Okay, so we've seen the amplifier path earlier, and if you haven't seen it, go back in the video and you'll see it, and I'll do another video on that, whatever. The first that's important to know is that the Schumann resonances are electromagnetic waves which go from 0.03 to 45 hertz. That is it. The actual Schumann resonances, excuse me, are the magnetic waves which circle the globe. Spikes of amplitude get the ball rolling, sure, but quickly thereafter, these convert to magnetics, or relatively quickly. They move at incredible speeds. These travel around the globe, eventually settling into harmonic resonances. As they fall on their side. It starts out vertically, and as it tumbles around, it starts the magnetic field starts developing, and intensifying. It's increasing the density. It's not increasing the frequency. Okay? So, what's happening here, it's important to understand what's happening is that the frequency of it it's not raising. The frequency of this is not raising. It's still at 7.8. What's happening is the density of it is increasing. Okay? You're seeing a combination of these colors here. In addition to that's amplitude. This is usually it should be the mid-grade magnetics are the yellow and the red together creates orange, and that's what you're seeing in the middle here. The spectro is this orange. These guys there. All right. So the mid-grade electrics. All right. So that's the stacking up of these, and it stacks it up into the atmosphere. All right. And so as these go from magnetic, we're talking about them going from electric to magnetic. Okay. They solidify, densify into these frequencies. And I wish I could show you a picture of it, but you have a wide and then a narrow and then a narrow and narrow. The frequency, the wavelength of it is getting shorter. The space in between the crests of the wavelength is getting shorter. And so as it moves up, the wavelength is getting, is shorter as it moves up. And so it's stratifying in the environment. I think that's a good way to put it. So up, this also corresponds to, this also corresponds to kind of layers in the atmosphere. You have, it's all sort of stratified. You have the thermosphere, and then you have uh, the mesosphere, and then you have the ionosphere and magnetosphere, and you have all these, the magnetopause and whatever. You have all these different um, uh, they're densities of air, they're densities of molecule, and as it starts falling down to the planet, you represent, we attract these energies. And I've written about this, and I've talked about this, about how it's sympathetic vibration. Okay. We're talking about sympathetic vibration. That the the DNA, your DNA, responds to piezoelectrics, and that is where the certain molecules and proteins or DNA, your response to um, electricity by deforming. Okay, so that's what the piezoelectric principle is. It We ground the energies. Yes, I actually have written about that, and I'm actually doing a grounding in these energies that I'm talking about are very, 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 very important. And I'm going to, I'm going to read to you what I had actually, because that is, I'm glad you brought that up. Actually, is it over here already? No. All right. I'm going to, because you brought that up, and I'm glad you did. This is actually in grounding. No. Okay. Actually, hold on. All right. So that's not it. Actually, hold on. I'm going to play. See, this is why Alex is great. Well, I'm finding the grounding literature. We're going to take a break. Play an oldie but a goodie. Or not. I got to find this anyway. Oh, here it is. All right. We're going to pause. All right, that was a tease. All right, so we're going on with grounding. Actually, we're gonna do the grounding thing here, and then I'll play water gun because we have that by request. That's the mascot of the show. 6 of you here, thank you. Oh, it's the 6th of December, 6 or 6. All right, so we're talking about grounding. Okay, and I'm in the different mic now. 6 December 6. I'm wiggling. Sorry. Grounding. What does grounding mean? Why is this important? Simply put, relative to Schumann resonances, grounding is to release, channel, or direct energies which accumulate within a person's body and auric fields into the earth ground. I'm not sure how complicated this sounds, but it's actually simple. We look at Schumann resonances, we look at radio waves at the lowest end of the spectrum. Radio waves are electromagnetic frequencies. The two important components to this are electricity and magnetism. Electricity is the vertical conductivity portion of the Schumann resonances signal. Magnetism propagates outwards or laterally, hugging the ground as they call it. Schumann resonances are subtle yet ever-present energies which circle around the globe. These resonances may be subtle, but so too are the tiny crystals of the inner ear, as too is the DNA which comprises human beings and other organic life on this planet. DNA, which is deoxyribonucleic acids, are proteins and sugars, which are polysaccharides, which have a crystalline structure. At this point, the phrase piezoelectric becomes an important thing to define. Basically, piezoelectric electricity is in two processes, or works in two ways. One side of the coin is that it is the certain crystalline structures, DNA, quartz, polymers, become deformed or moved when an electric signal is applied to the material. The other side is that these same materials will produce an electric charge if it is deformed or compressed. And I have an article. I want to show you something. Is that it? All right. So this, I don't think, I'm pretty sure. I was going to make a video on this, but while you're here, you can see this is crystals. There's a new crystal in the pineal, okay, and those of us who are on this pathway, there it is. Okay, so that is a lot like the type of crystal you have in your ear. That tiny thing. Look there. That's an electron microscope, or whatever. There, X times it's. They're looking at 12,000. That's the resolution. The magnification is 12,000. X 12,000 there. And K10V. It's an electron volt, and they're showing you 3 nano. I think it may be nanometer. I think that's a little U thing. Anyway, so that's basically what we're talking about there with that crystal is that. All right. So the piezoelectric, at this point, the phrase piezoelectric becomes important to define basically. All right, so there you go. So that one of those things that they show you in the pineal right there. And I will tell you this, that the pineal, regardless of whatever else you may have heard, is kind of your pathway to discernment and to God, to talk to the angels, to release out of here. That is what is seeing when you're asleep, when your physical eyes are closed. Your pineal is basically what takes over in the dream state. And so as our senses get calcified, that eye gets calcified, you lose your ability to kind of to dream, to have dreams in color, to have all kinds of other things, and it's also it's very connected with melatonin, right? It's part of the ductless, the endocrine system, which is the ductless gland, which is part of like your sweat is part of that. Even it's part of, it's like the software. It runs the software of your body. And it's important, like all the rest of your freaking organs in your body. It's not there by accident. It's not junk. It does something. And if it's calcified, you'll think it does less than it actually does, and you'll kind of keep continuing to calcify it anyway. So, so it's part of one of the things that are working in the inner ear is those little crystals that I just showed you, that it lines the wall of the cochlea, and I've shown that picture before, that you have the little tiny crystals and I did the video on the ringing of the ears, so you have the little tiny crystals in there and have little tiny hairs in the inner wall of the cochlea. So the ringing is, we talk about cleansing and clarifying and the energy moving through you. Like that's what's really important. This type of electro energy should be channeling. There's two. I started talking about this, and I got off track, and I want to go back to it. We had two circuits. You have the AC and the DC of the Earth. You have this direct current from the sun to the Earth. Then you have the insulating chamber, which is the waveguide of the Schumann resonances, and that is AC current. It bounces between the high, okay, you saw those tall, the 31 kilometer, the waves are 100,000 kilometers. It's a million, 3,000 kilometers is 3 million kilometers in wavelength. It's height. That's also height. It hits the ionosphere and then bounces back down. The ionosphere isn't that high above us, but you get the point I'm making, that it's a tall ass effing wave. Okay, so that's the like I said, the magnetics of the wave.
Okay, and it starts settling down into these other frequencies of of radio waves. That's basically it. So you need to channel. It's essentially what these are: is radio waves that you're channeling in you. You are a the Earth outside, and the ionosphere is a capacitor. Okay, the ionosphere is a capacitor, holds that charge. The planet, the waveguide, the insulating cavity of what we breathe. So we start getting down into the thermosphere, you know, that closer to us protection layer. Um, that is an insulating cavity until it gets compressed and squished. Okay, and so that this is what they call the forcing. This is what that solar forcing is it's compressing that stuff, right? And and the lower atmospheres are also taking in the waves that do come in, the higher kind of higher stuff that comes in, the more electric stuff comes in. The plasmoid stuff gets, a lot of it gets caught out in the outer atmosphere, but it presses in. It presses in, and I don't want to say it doesn't burn it, but it's high charge. You know, it compress isn't the word. It lights it up. I don't even know what the word to explain it is. You know, it's a blast, CME blast. It's high plasma stuff, helium, hydrogen, ions. It's a heavy ass thing. So um, when it hits the magnetosphere, it takes a lot of it, but it comes in, and like a yeah, that's sort of what, flux just means change, but there's also, by flux, I think you mean like a plasma, but it's hard to explain it. There's this other kind of, charged particles. Yeah, this sort of, they have words for all of this, but you got to have like a concept of sort of what it is, and, that it's the changing over from an electric, like a fart, the sun farted, you know, and, uh, and then it gets I'm trying to think of the word. It gets mashed into it, but it also gets absorbed. It gets kind of um I can't even think the word. It turns into a plasma, turns into a flux. It starts forcing down and filtering out and transforming and combining with the elements that are there. And so as it comes in a undifferentiated plasma state, it starts kind of pulling in. If you've seen the suspicious observers kind of example, it shows that kind of the air is pushing down and everything scooting down, but it's not just a pressure, it's also a combining and a joining with the elements that are there, like the cooking of them. It's ionizing them. There's not any other way to put it. That's because that's what happens. It's the sun's ionizing radiation, and it kind of lights it up. And you may not see it because maybe you're inside all day and you don't really, notice, but the sun flickers and it vibrates and everything. And, just know it's like, wow, holy fuck, it's hot today. The sun's really like, you got to put it like, you'll see that and you'll feel that. And so as part of what this is as well, is that, these bursts are coming in and they're exciting the clouds, and then it's a coming down, top down, bam. The water molecules get all worked up, and cloud boom, and then so you got lightning. It's because it's the distance between the ground, the two DC circuits are separated by an AC circuit. Okay, and so you theoretically are a DC circuit. Okay, your heart beats and one for one exchange. It doesn't beat in, it's like you get a beat out and then a beat in. It's like it's kind of a one for one. It doesn't, you are a DC circuit. It's hard to, kind of put it another way. All right, I got to plug this in. Yeah, thank you all for being here. I appreciate all 7 of you and the 4 of you, the mighty 4 of you who were here earlier. Um, so, oh, you know what? And let me know in the comments personally when a good time for you is. I can't really read the chat, but in the comments, those of you, because I want to kind of make this. I have my kind of favorite. I don't know. I have no better way to put this, but there's my kind of favorites, and I like those of you who you like my chat and my live stream, and you want to you know Zoom, definitely put it in the comments, and I will work on that. And the time that you works best for you. So I'm, I want to kind of flip it up. I do this when I can, but I would like to maybe start kind of varying it up to certain people. Come at a certain time and figure it out. Okay, so but put it in the comments, and so I actually can kind of read it because I don't get many comments on these anyway. All right. So all right. So. We're talking about the piezoelectric principle. I've done videos on that, and the flesh vessel. Yeah. You have because you have one side that's ascend, you have the other side that's a return, right, of your body. It all goes one way. You create an electric charge. Doesn't fluctuate like a wave, a DC. I mean, I'm sorry, yeah, it doesn't fluctuate like a wave. AC is alternating current. So, a pulse. That's another way to look at it. It's a pulse. Okay, so, um, so we are stuck in the cavity, and usually it's like I said, it's able to insulate us, but at a certain point when it gets compressed and the molecules get all shooked up and shaken up, then what you're left with is you're left with lightning and excitement of the atmosphere, and it's ionic and it's lively. Okay, I'm just reading the Virgin Psych. Yeah, we're just reading the comment. All right. So okay. So so that's why it's the settling of these energies, and we're talking about this, the settling of these energies that through this piezoelectric you have a sympathetic vibration in your DNA that starts vibrating with these things, and what you need to do is essentially clear out and clarify and release those energies. They hanging around with you, causing you to vibrate at certain low frequencies. You saw that keeping you all vibrating. Your lower densities here, the lowest ones are here at the bottom. Here you got to clarify from that. And it would seem to me that in this frequency range here is where you start hearing that the ringing. I'm not sure. I don't know. But the trick is that you need to clear out a person. You don't need to do anything, but it's highly suggested to clear out the lower densities. Okay, that you want to stop resonating at those frequencies. All right. So chart. Wondering how you can coincide it with current and future lens art. Okay, that's not for me. All right. All right, so piezoelectric, polymers. All right, so crystalline structures. These are things that'll resonate with the Schumann resonances. Again, the Schumann resonances are electromagnetic, they're radio waves. All right. What this is saying is that an electric charge applied to the proteins of our DNA will cause movement or deformation. Humans, conversely, through concerted, focused efforts, are able to produce an electric charge through our activity. And so that's more of the DC charge of us grounding into the DC circuit because we are of the stuff of Earth. It's important to remember. You can't get too high into the sky without remembering it's rooted in the planet. And everything you got that you're able to build on comes from Earth herself. So you can't shortchange, say, gravity, for example. There are, laws, accepted laws, such as they are on this planet, that you probably shouldn't try and out engineer. They're, you build these tall ass buildings and then, they, whatever. Anyway, don't get me started. Uh, all right. So back on track. Humans, conversely, oh yeah, we can have an electric charge. This is our DC circuit, and we grounding. That's part of what this is grounding yourself into the DC circuit of the Earth. Our very DNA, as well as our bones, which are calcium based, which is crystalline in nature, as well as tiny crystals of the inner ear complex, which I showed you little examples of, except those are the ones of the pineal, all respond accordingly within the piezoelectric principle. There are studies on the piezoelectric principle of otoliths, okay, and I think that's where I got that from, which is another name for tiny crystals of calcium carbonate. No, that was the pineal one. There's another article that the library is looking for me of the piezo. It's literally specifically the piezoelectric principle of otoliths. Okay. Lining the inner walls of the semicircular canals and ventricles of the inner ear complex. The human inner ear controls two senses within the human. Okay, two senses within human. Okay. One is balance and two is your hearing. Due to the nature of the piezoelectric principle, we can accumulate this energy or electricity within our cellular structure. Then we start to vibrate according to these frequencies. These vibrational sympathies maintain a certain frequency, which would be the lowest of the low. You see it right there, 7.8. Without any conscious efforts on our parts, we will vibrate sympathetically with our environment. The more we vibrate in resonance with our immediate environment, the more energies are attracted to us. Further, do we accumulate these frequencies. Because of our busy lives, along with all the incumbent distractions demanding our time, we frequently don't realize nor think about accumulating these vibrations or vibes. We are more likely to tell ourselves it's nothing, just in our heads, I'm not feeling that great, or any number of other things, to distract ourselves from feeling frazzled. More likely, the person does not realizing that all these sensory inputs around the person are adding to the vibrational cocktail. Physical energies being nearly someone, being nearby someone, soaking in their energy. All right, so the physical energies when you're next to someone on the bus or standing, waiting for the bus or whatever, or next to someone in line, just the vibes they give off. Then you have the emotional disturbances, which are deep feelings of regret or resentment, inability to connect at the heart, just for example. And then you have mental preoccupation, obsessions, addictions. Then spiritual densities, which are etheric vampire victimization, which is like your toxic relationship with people, that they twist your words and they're narcissists and they just really on some other level, they fuck with you on, some other level. And it's not just that they gaslight you as it is, they really mess you up some, and so that's kind of this, that they're demons, they're on some other spirit, but a negative spirit, right? They've taken their human form, but they're not, these are not, to say that they're not nice is just to seriously underestimate who and what they are. They're people that are, like demonic and demeanor. I'll just put it that way. All right, who don't change, can't change. All right, so these are the psychic and emotional vampires. That when you get psychic and emotional together, it comes into the spiritual realm. And astral retrogression, which is feeling alone in the world, and God has left us, etc., etc. We're all alone. You know, the isolation suit of the human body, the ego mind. All right. So these are all components in the vibrational cocktail. Not only is the problem simply physical, it permeates all levels of a person's existence, stunting their personal growth and ascension. Okay. Uh, Ascension, growth, evolution cannot happen until one has cleared out all the lower density attachments of these energetic frequencies. There, we're talking about those. Density is another way of saying attachments which are preventing further growth and enlightenment. You see, the frequency of this is not rising. It is now, has always been 7.8. It is keeping you intact at 7.8. Okay? It's not helping you rise. It's not helping you to come into ascension, except when and until you ground in all that electromagnetic noise, which also does indeed come from the stuff around you, the wireless, all of the unprotected electronics, dimmers, fluorescents. Oh, the list goes on and on and on. You know, things with compressors, motors. These are all electromagnetic noise that you need to beware of. And as much as these electronics may be fun, I have the studio full of, I've taken people through a tour of the studio. I have two. Wait, hold on. Oh, you'll love this. I'm going to show you this from Bradley. My old boss at the club gave me. This is 6 foot tall. Right. Those are community. I think they make them in Pennsylvania. Those are, look, I'm 6'2". Look at these things. Holy F bomb. Right? They're. So these are, I'm doing a live stream. There we go. There we go. There we go. That's my backdrop. Can you see that? Pennsylvania. Oh yeah, Pennsylvania. There you go. Yeah, someone knows community. I'm in the Northeast. Yeah, make sure I can be. Okay, there we go. Shine them on. Yeah, I went to the CES convention, and I was able to get entrance because I told them I worked at Community. But a friend of mine was in Pennsylvania, and so that's kind of how I know. I was like, oh, yeah, I know them guys. Yeah, Community, there we go. Got them from my boss. I worked at a nightclub, right? So before this, I worked five. I'm plugging back in.
All right, so those are, hey, I'm here at the live stream. You know, actually, hold on. Why not? We got time to kill. Wait, hold on. All right, there we go. All right. I'll put that way. There we go. Oh, I'm way, way, way. Yeah, you can definitely see me now. Yeah, I feel like I'm under interrogation. Now I need this. All right. Now we're definitely okay. Yeah, we're definitely in business now. I'm rolling. I'm almost 4 hours into that. There's 7 people. There's someone here. You know, the longer I'm on, maybe I'll get more people. I don't care. And I'm not doing it for the people. I'm doing it for the few of you that really learn a quality something, and learn something. And I get feedback. And again, this is for people. You know, I haven't been doing this that long, but it's important to people get the message of what's happening. So you don't run around crazy talking about the sky is falling. Yeah, I know there's a shift. I know there's an ascension. Yeah, I know that. I know that. But you are not proving that with the Schumann resonances. And the fact of the matter is that you can't. Uh, don't mistake one for the other. The the Schumann resonances do enough of their own, and you want to clear the energy. You know, they're not like helping you, except causing you to resonate at these frequencies. Unless you clear out your energy, you're resonating at these frequencies. Like there's, you know, like that's why I bring up the piezoelectric. What do I got here? No, that's not it. I want to find the piezoelectric. There's the ololiths. There we go. So piezoelectricity in the pineal. That's one of them. Right. And if you don't know what piezoelectricity is, you know, I'm going to be doing more on this. And ferroelectricity and biomaterials, from proteins to self-assembled peptide nanotubes. I don't know what all this is, but any one of you that are into the biology of this know this, and you see the implication of this. Piezoelectricity and ferroelectricity and biomaterials. Okay. Magnetosphere. Sunspots. All right. What else do I got? Piezo. All right, okay, all right. So I get the definition here up, you know. Piezoelectricity is the electric charge that accumulates in certain solid materials such as crystals, certain ceramics, biological materials such as bone, DNA, and various proteins. Well, that's all of you right there. You know, bone, DNA, and protein. But there you go. Right there. That's you. Uh, and water. Add water, you know, instant asshole. Oh, just kidding. I'm just kidding. All right. High level magnetometers. Oh, this is Jay Lamore. Okay. All right. All right. So, all right. So that the piezoelectric principle, you know, of ololiths. It's one of the things. You have the piezoelectric. Uh, um, where are you? There you are. All right. So you have the piezoelectric principle of the pineal. Okay. And so this is all accumulated material on you as a person with your DNA on the effect of, you know, this here. This is the electromagnetics of Tomsk. You can see. Okay, I've broken this out before. I'll break it out. It seems relevant now. Um, I'm going on. I got time to kill. Why not? Um, and you see the color, your color kind of scheme. This is the kind of spread out the density of it here, and you see how close red is closer to the source. I'm not even sure how to read this, but you can see the reach of. You know, they're pretty colors. It's trippy. You know, I kind of like looking and tripping it out. It's like, wow, they're reading that far out. That's, you know, they're sending out Doppler, I think, some kind of like I don't know, I have no idea how they're even doing that, but they're measuring, picking up. This is the radius that they're picking up of the background electromagnetics, and I hope some of you can read, you know, Russian, but this basically tells you it's electromagnetic, background electromagnetic, and 30. This is the 30 um, uh, mega. Mega. It's a million. 30 mega hertz. Okay, so it's the frequency, and then this shows you here the decibel. This is decibels here, and it shows you 0, and it goes up like this. That's how these colors connect over here. You see, this is the decibel of it here, going this is 90, right? And so these are pretty, you know, intense signals. But as you go up, taller up, it's this blue here, all right? And so that's spectro. I haven't, you know, I've shown that elsewhere. All right, so they measure for that. This right here, clearing out your lower frequencies. So not only are we talking about those background magnetics there of your environment, you know, microwave, your electronics, it's big ass speakers, them things can handle 1,000 watts. Holy fuck, you know. But this here, the electromagnetics of, you know, of the resident electromagnetics of the planet, in addition to the other one that I just showed you, the trippy graph of the 30 megahertz, which is in the wireless range, and even on the low end of the wireless range, because now everything is in gigahertz, and they're not. I haven't found one that's scanning like that for gigahertz, but I'm sure you know, 5G and all of this, that that background radiation is cooking you as much as this and that. So the purifying, we're getting back to this and clarifying and clearing up your energy of all of this is really important. And so I've said, relative to the Schumann resonances, all right, so you cleared out your lower attachments, and density is another way of saying attachments, which is preventing further growth and enlightenment. Relative to the Schumann resonances, the harmonic frequencies are the densities, which assist to throttle down and kind of pull like a piano string, pulls it, it tightens you back into place at those resonances, the 7.8. You know, it's not, the Schumann resonances are not rising. They're not, the 7.8 isn't rising. Right? It's just that line's just getting fatter. And that's just holding you more in place. Your resonant vibratory rate stays in place at that frequency, the 7.8. Yeah, remember? Yes, thank you. Get rid of your toxic metals, get rid of anything that conducts, clarify, purify yourself, fast. These are all things that are really, really, really important. And thank you for bringing that up. Okay. Um, because this is what those the electrolytes in your, some you need, whatever. You consult a doctor, and you got to eat in balance and everything, right? Whatever. So, but certain electrolytes, are going to affect you. Things that conduct your heavy metals, yes, the toxins, poisons, um, absolutely. So you have to clear the densities, which assist in throttling down. Right. So hopefully, the few of you that are here, you'll understand this. Recommend this video, somewhat to your friends, and go to. You can even stick to the part where it's relevant. Okay, that we're talking about how the Schumann resonances is affecting you, and not in like the good way. It's not helping you in your ascension. It's keeping you down. It's keeping you taut right in place at those low resonant frequencies, and you see these here that are showing you very, very well that I don't even know what to call it there. That dedicated frequency line at the lowest ones there. All this activity down here, and the lowest of the low, that's where we reside. You got to remember this zero here. That's this up here. What you're seeing up here, it's a zero. You got to remember that. This up here is where we live. And in a number of my early videos, I flipped it over, and people would ask me, "Why did you flip that over?" You know. In fact, hold on. Actually, what I used to do is I flipped it over so you could see the zero. This is 4. This is 8. This is 12. Right. So as you start going up higher, this is higher in the atmosphere. 40 is way up there. You know. This is where we are at, and you see this activity. This was on, just the other day. This low grade activity. This was what people will feel. You that mid grade right there, the middle of this. It's sticky. You see how it's caught in the middle of what's up and down. These kind of this pattern here. It's up and down. You see how this is caught in this weaving. The weaving and wefting of the as the wave is going up and down, it's catching back up with itself. Okay, and so that's where you're getting these flailing motions of that, and that's where you're finding a lot of these transmutation. I don't know a better way to put it. You talk about ascension symptoms, but transmutation symptom or I guess transducer. I don't even know what the word. The magnetic induction. I used this expression. I did a video of it. The one on the ringing of the ears. The transducer that's in your ear. You're transducing these. here, some of these frequencies, you're transducing them into sound in your ear, and that's what's causing your inner the cochlea to vibrate and kind of flip around. Is that those tiny crystals that are in your inner ear and the little tiny hairs catch these magnetics that go through your head, basically, that can travel through a vacuum, and they just permeate you, and you vibrate at these. You start vibrating at these frequencies. Brah, that's you in the middle of this, and the rest of all the rest of society here in the middle of this, right here, in the lowest of the low frequencies. All right. Thanks for sharing that. So interesting. That's okay. Gotcha. Yeah, water. Yeah. Okay. I love. Yeah, I love the comments. I love doing these live streams because people really do have some great comments, and I love seeing what people have to offer to the discussion. I do that myself. All right. So All right. So this is what a person, we, you, me, have to clear out because the Schumann resonances put you in your place. It helps throttle you down, throttle down your ascension because it's keeping you kind of held in place in a sort of amber. Like if you can picture that, like there you go, an amber. Like that's you stuck with your heavy metals, with your crappy, lousy attitude. Your inability to change, whatever, all these things you stick with ringing others. All right, so you got to get. All right, listen, Wolf. You got to get. We're talking about the ring in the ears. You got to get yourself cleared by a medical professional. Okay, I'm a metaphysician. Okay, when you're regular normal, like I used to, years ago I would have been a shaman. Now I'm just a shame man. Anyway, uh, once you're cleared by the medical doctor and you don't have any kind of medical condition, that's the disclaimer. That's the sort of that your med card here for the that's your med card. You've been cleared by the doctor here at the door. Like, okay, now we'll talk. All right, I'll give you the real skinny on what's happening. Um, it could be a transduction. Amber Alert. Like okay, I love that. Amber Alert. We're going to use that for a bunch of stuff, I guess. Um, that it would be a transduction because I don't know how long a while is. If it's something you've had your whole life, like all right, I could see maybe you'd have to see the doctor and get cleared from that. But even then, after that, all right, w- w- uh, there are resonant relative to the electromagnetics and what I know. Okay. So I'm looking at this more as a technician, like on how to fix a bike or something. Okay. But I know those crystals, if you were to have highly developed crystals, I'll say, because it's a bone, you can have various density of bones. If this makes sense. Um, some people have brittle bones. Some people have weak bones. Okay, so that's what those ololiths are. Those little tiny crystals that I showed you. And if you remember, like you remember seeing them crystals, uh, you will remember this happening. So there's a various qualities, various geometries to those that create any number of sensations. And I will tell you this, my faithful friends here. I now have 33. This is probably a good sign. One of the first, I've always known I had a propensity and a liking for psychedelics. It's always been kind of a thing, and I knew I would never have a bad trip. I don't know what everyone, but there are people you bring yourself into a trip, whatever. And so I always looked at it as a search for God, a search for, an entheogenic. I love that term, entheogen. It's like you're and God, you're eating God. Like, that's what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for a recreation thing. You can get on a roller coaster, why fry your brain if you're looking for recreation? Try the Superman roller coaster. It's Six Flags. Like that'll I guarantee you'll shift your perspective with that. Trust me on that. The Black Widow. Oh yeah, try that one too. The Poison Ivy. Yep, one of my favorites. Yeah, you don't need drugs. But you can't get to the Six Flags every day. But okay, uh, so the thing about it is that um, you know, one of the times that I really had a good mushroom experience, I was initiated by tones. Ding, 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 ding. And on a metaphysical level, okay, the guy who just manifested these 1,000 watt community jammies from his old boss, uh, I can't believe that. I did some work for him. We put up Christmas lights. He's got a bunch of other speakers. He's got a bunch of JBLs, power subwoofers. He bought some used ones that didn't work. I wanted smaller ones, the JBL, the powered. They're not powered, but they're two ways. Or they're not those. You can put them in the back seat of someone's car. These, holy fuck, I wasn't expecting these. And they largely work. But the old the JBLs, the little bookshelf size, they're satellites technically, and those he said those didn't work. He bought them from one of the Cisco, the DJ's friend, and he burned him. The crossovers didn't work, and so he's got and the woofer blew, and the one of the staff had turned on the volume all the way and blew the speakers. I'm like, oh yeah, okay, they get a sob story. I don't want them. No, you're right. I'll figure out how to put those in the back of a Ford Focus. Yeah, will work. I figured that the size of two people, like, oh yeah, we shoehorned them in there. I'm gonna have to, I think, take a music break to make some more coffee soon. I appreciate everyone being here. We're gonna have to. We're going to have to check in with our mascot. You know what, Bradley? See if we can do a live stream with your son or something. I'll do a Zoom with him, and we can do a chat. See if we'll let him plug his band, let him play. I'd love to do that actually. If we can do that, have Jay Lamore in the studio live. We'll do a live. I'll figure out technically how to work it. Oh yeah, just see if we'll do that. That'll be great. All right. So we talked about the Schumann resonances. We talked about clearing densities, how that relates. They're not your friends necessarily. You willfully have to ground these energies in. It's not your friend, but it's for the earth. You have to remember that. You're grounding in these AC energies, and they're not there to beat you up. They're there for the earth. You have to be a good servant, a good steward, I think is the best way to put it. And so if you do your part, it'll go through you. But I was talking about the ringing in the ears. It's part of that is the transducing of these energies of you willfully taking them in. If you accept that you're not a victim and accept that you're not, something's not being done to you, or that you're off your rocker, and you get medically cleared again, a little asterisk, a little disclaimer. Okay, so you're medically cleared. There's a point at which you got to look at the higher ground, the higher perspective, the higher mind view of it. And part of it is there's these general kind of rules and general things that I'm suggesting for people based on the physics of it, I guess, is the technical aspects of it. But it's not a medical, I stop at that door. I'm the meta, you know, the spiritual physician. I work on the higher dimensions. It's what I'm here for, and I don't want to, step on any traditional Western medical Western, you know, theories or dogma or whatever, because I can't, I'm not certified for that. But I am certified in higher dimensional stuff from a much higher source. All right. So you have to do your clearing because you're at the resonance of these lower frequencies. That's why I got this up as I'm doing this as a reminder of what these lower frequencies are. So to summarize, our bodies are made from materials which vibrates sympathetically with its immediate environment. We absorb unconsciously the resonances and frequencies around us, accumulating these with our very cellular structure. Without the means nor ability to disperse and discharge this energy, we hold on to it indefinitely, often working to push it into the background of our mind so we never have to think about it again. So these, like your frazzled nerves and distraction, always being distracted and not knowing why you keep forgetting stuff or losing stuff. The amplitude strikes coming in are affecting the mind already. They're affecting the brain, your central nervous system. Again, it's a DC circuit. It goes in a just like a simple light to the battery. It's a very simple. I can't call it a simple route, but it's very complex. But it goes in one side and out the other. It's a DC. You are a DC kind of circuit within the body, the heart, and all of that. Your blood carries this. It gets pumped and then pumped a little more and pumped a little more, and there's a back and forth between the outgoing and the ingoing. But you look at the systolic and the diastolic, there's a difference of potential in there between the two of them. And that's one of the things that is important to remember is the two functions of it. The one's an out, one's the in. Yeah, there's a rhythm to it, but it's still on that DC kind of circuit. Okay. So the crystals tend to work on a DC circuit. These things are working on a DC. It's one way, and then get to the end, and then back the other way, and then go return. Like that's what we're talking about, a DC circuit. So you as a person are part of the Earth's DC circuit on the lower end, the lower frequency. You're at the Earth's ground potential, which has its own DC circuit based on the ley lines, based on, a lot of this actually too depends on the salt water and the conduction of these convection currents around the globe. Okay. So I think that's an important thing to remember that, yeah, okay. Yeah, you're talking about the binaural beats or hemispheric music. That's all good stuff, Virgo. I agree. It's people would do well to get more into that of the kind of the meditative music and the binaural beats and all that. Yeah, lots of water. Yes, exactly. Lots of water. You want to kind of flush yourself of accumulated toxins, and water is a good way to kind of clear out a lot of these stuff, and that's kind of where we go with the grounding. um, yeah, that should be yet. Our thoughts are electric, and you got to remember that you're the firing neurons and dendrons and neurites or whatever in your brain. They're firing. Doosh, doosh. That's how you're forming memories, forming connections, is those electric kind of impulses. Okay. Along the dendrites and the neurites. Our bodies, all right, so this is where it starts getting important. All right. So our bodies hold on to previous trauma, pain, hurt, damage, negativity within the cells of the body. And if any of you have ever seen the different layers of the body, the etheric and the astral body, it's like layers of density of you know. And your you have to remember your astral bodies extend out further than you. So while your body is of the lowest density, your astral bodies, as you move out, your solar body, your universal body is way up there in the outer ranges of the Earth sphere. So that's really important to remember. So even though we physically are at these levels from, hertz wise from point 0.3 or 0 to, 10 hertz, that's the Earth's 10 to 11 is the Earth's natural frequency. So we are of ourselves vibrating. That's your root chakra, your root, the red one, is going to be vibrating at that 10 to 11 hertz range. That's what keeps you anchored to the planet, more or less. There's another one, you don't really feel it, but it's between your legs. It's the Earth star chakra. It's your lowest one. Most people don't feel that. I felt it once, and it kind of freaked me out. It was outside of my body, and I felt it. It was between. I literally felt the space between those in the dead air between my legs. That happened once. It freaked me out. Hasn't happened again, but I don't know if any of you have had that. The crown also, you can feel at the top of your head. It kind of gives way when it's time, and you feel exposed. Your brain, when my crown opened up, it felt like the brain was exposed to like the universe. It just boom, the top of my head was gone. I had to check. Literally, I checked to make sure it was still there, but it had dissolved. It's there now. It's back. Okay, I got a hat on it. That's why my hat is there because my top of my head dissolved. So that's what happens. You can feel these things outside of your body now. And that's one of the things that's important of why you need to clear your density on so many levels of not just the most basic level of your let's say salts and your electrolytes or potassium, make sure you have enough of that. There works that way too, so make sure you don't have too much salt because it's sodium chlorine, right? Table salt, common table salt is sodium chloride, right? Chloride is something you want to keep away from. The sodium part isn't too bad, that'll conduct it, but the chloride, even though it keeps it stable, it keeps it a crystalline. You got to realize that passing through that crystalline structure gets taken up into your body. Okay. So these are things that you want to clear out. All right. So fear is held in place at your root center. Guilt is in your belly. Shame is in the solar plex. Grief and loss is held in your heart center. Lies are held in your throat. Illusion is held in your pineal, and your tempo is egoicity is held on the top of the head. All right. So these are the densities we need to work through to clear out the lowest of vibrations. So as you'll see there, when we're talking about density and solid things, I'm talking about your emotional centers, and that is what this whole experience is about more than anything is being on, how do I say this? Is you as a sovereign individual of your own free will being on good terms with your entire body. I don't, as if almost as if you were taking care of something, as if you were taking care of an instrument, fine instrument. And not everyone has this idea of taking care of their body as an instrument, but as we've just gone through the math, we're now 4 hours plus into this, that you've seen where you are a conductive being, and as you channel, as you think you are, and as you lead your life and you behave in such a way as you realize you're a conduit for this energy coming in, and you're channeling it from way, way up there. And why are you doing this? Because you volunteered. If you're here right now watching this, I know it's because you volunteered to do this, and this is like the advanced class here. Even though I'm keeping this down on a high school person level, anyone who's here with me knows that this is the very advanced class. When I really get into it and really get into it, I want to keep it simple so you understand it, but there's a way you can present it, and I identify what the words are the best I can, but there's a certain threshold, a learning curve that you will have had to have gone through to really be able to stick with the Porsche Spider, 918, this the ship is going to be kind of leaving soon. I don't know how to put it, and there's a divine breaking apart of the densities that pretty soon these Schumanns will. This is not going to be a thing. I don't know how to say it, but yeah, you see it's kind of bunching up like that. It's changing, but it's not. The frequencies are not rising. What is happening is the upper densities are activating. Your higher selves are way up here in this range. This is talking about, kilometers above the face of the planet, but this is where your higher self is. This is where your higher you is, resides up there. It sees the bigger picture in all of this, but it's still within the earth plane, still within that ionosphere that the angels can go in, but it's a, oh, I don't know how to explain it. It's part of the Earth's free will zone. That's part of what the magnetosphere is. It keeps out stuff a lot more than you might actually think because of the intermagnetic flux lines between the solar winds between uh, the solar winds are always there. You got to remember that it's a pressure. As long as the sun is, you see sun of the sky, there's always solar winds there. Some are, more dense. Wayne World showing in the picture of it, the density of it moves up and down, and it fluctuates. But there you have it. Okay. So, um, so you see how very important it is to clear out the densities and these accumulated energies attached to our cellular structure. All right. So actually, where was I? Oh, the Schumann resonance hold the feelings or emotions amberized at her centers, your emotional centers that I had just mentioned, the root, the belly, your solar plex, the heart, right? So the resonances keep those intact, and it doesn't allow you to raise to the higher thing. And if you feel a general anxiety, a nervousness, you feel a nervous twitching, that's this, right? That's this. You got to stop what you're doing and meditate. And people, I read it in the comments, felt like I can't even comment, I can't even reply to all of the comments that I see of people saying that. I got up, I almost fell out, huge headaches, sinuses. And so this is what I'm telling you. This is why I'm telling you, and this is why I'm running on for 4 hours plus, because you need to know this. This has to be documented, and you need to know this relative to the engineering standpoint. As a little disclaimer, I'm the engineer, I'm the emissary, the technician, the technical part of the emissary from the central sun, the Grand Council of 13, from the central sun. That's me. I volunteered to be here, and it's so you could understand this at a kind of every person level. And I do my best to kind of translate this, but sometimes it's just way beyond my head. All right. So the waveguide cavity is the insulating cavity. It's basically, I use the word rectifier. Any man, oh, Bradley Smith, handyman. Yep, I saw that. Yeah. God's handyman, Bradley Smith. Um, I had done a video on the uh, anode about the rectifier. I think maybe not a video. I forget sometimes when I do a video in a written project, but I had talked to just kind of there. The theory is as a rectifier. The phrase is a rectifier, and what that is it translates AC to DC. Oh, you're welcome, Bradley. It transduces AC to DC. Okay, so this is why we get really into the nuts and bolts of this and the kind of physics of how this kind of works. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a laboratory guy. I'm a technician. I fix bikes. Okay, so that's my deal is I fix bicycles and I get stuff to work like that. I kind of reverse engineer it sometimes and I get it to work. So or not, as the case may be. Um, and so this getting to understand the effect of the electromagnetics on you is an important aspect of. I'm reading the comments. Oh, being a child, yeah, Virgo, yeah, yeah. You have to. Some people had that when they were growing up and they kind of talked themselves out of it or was beaten out of them. So if you're one of those people who used to be imaginary friends, well, shit, my imaginary friends are people online. You all, my family, the eight of you or seven that are here. You're my imaginary friends, but you're my family, and I love you. You're all wonderful. Thank you. Um, and so, that's where I get a lot of this information from. And, uh, I am, I'm a servant of the Grand High Council, and I can say that now and not hide in the back and do my work silently. The times are changing, and there's other star seeds, other whoever crazy wacko nut jobs that are out there, you know. But I get to voice my nut job wacko, you know, uh, thank you, Narda. Um, yeah, so these accumulated energies attached to the cellular structure need to get released and channeled from our person and energy fields in order for us to feel better, but mostly allow for room so that the love and the light of source and the logos, which I define as the spirit of creator and the divine utterance, like the Holy Spirit. It's basically the logos, brings wisdom and discernment and all kinds of wonderful gifts, speech, divine speech. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God. That's what it said. They were together. So those two, so source, which is undifferentiated energy, it's love. That's basically source, is just pure love, undifferentiated love. And then you have the logos, which brings forth, life and speech and the ability to talk, and language being the ability to woo a woman. And that's where it comes from, the expression of love in a differentiated form. It's a her, she creates, and so she has a feminine, wonderful form, but source, the masculine, which might call the masculine, has no form other than just love, whatever, you know. Anyway, uh, that the love and light of source may come into your lives, your heart, and your body. New guidance cannot come in while we are holding space for the lowest densities. We need to make the willing, conscious effort to release these encumbrances which cause the sympathetic vibrations with these negative low vibrations. With the foregoing explaining, I'm sorry, with the foregoing explaining how we accumulate energy, the following is a walkthrough of what grounding means and how to affect it in our lives. What is grounding and how do we do it? Right? So these are some, and this is a work in progress. This is not the definitive list at this point, but where we're going here is drink. I'm sorry, we didn't even get to the drink the activated water. Um, Deep breathing. You know, you want to take in. You breathe through the nose for a count of 4 or 5 or 3, whatever. It doesn't matter, but be consistent. Count of 3, the long breath. You hold it for 3. You exhale through your mouth for 3. Then you breathe in. You hold it for 3. So you breathe in through your nose through a count of 3. You wait, count of 3. Then you exhale through your mouth to a count of 3. Hold it for a count of 3. Intake through the nose for a count of 3. Wait for 3. Exhale for 3. Wait for 3. Okay. So that is a deep breathing exercise that you can do. There's one of many, but this is the starter list. Soak in the tub or the water. Okay. Drink with Epsom salts. Now, I'm going to mention this, that the conductor around you of like seawater or Epsom salts conducts the energy away from you. It grounds it into the earth. Chlorinated water, sure, but chlorine's kind of a poison. It burns your eyes. I guess the salt water does too, or whatever. The pool of water, if that's what you got, but not too heavily chlorinated. That's really the ones that have like rock salt in them. That's the jam. You ought to use those. Okay. Drink activated water. Drink a lot of it. Activated water is where you leave it out in the sun, basically all day. Let it just stay out there, kind of. You want to go out there, shake it up for about 30 seconds. Once an hour, you take your water, like a 2-gallon, and let it be a clear water, clear, not clear water, clear jar, clear glass jar. Or you could, like, if you had cobalt, you could charge it the color of water. You could charge the water the color of the glass too. So you leave it out in the sun, and you go out to shake it up, every, once an hour, for, you know, 30 seconds or whatever, but you do that throughout the day while you're activating it. All right. So, what I do at the beginning of my day while I'm thanking, please, I'm asking the universe, my guides, to provide me the right pathway in my day. Please direct me to where you need me to be. right? I'm setting my conscious, clear intention so I have for my day kind of the agenda working. And it's very important if you want to kind of ground out some energies with people, with others, is before you go on a trip, before you embark on a uh, before you embark on a journey with someone, start out by setting your conscious, stated, clear intention. What are we doing? Where are we going? How long are we going to be there? And if you have to work with someone who is not good at boundaries, this is the time and the place to set boundaries. And with that person and time constraints, and let it be known. And sometimes it's really important for changing, for removing your densities, that you get rid of the toxic people in your life that don't respect your boundaries, including your time boundaries. And if they waste your time, you can love them, but love them at a distance. Like, I'm not telling anyone what to do. Don't listen to anything I say. However, let it be known that to the other person that you're not going to keep putting up with this. As you're trying to clear out these negative energies, it also includes the people in your life formerly who have sent you toxic, and they keep you in a toxic state with their spiritual, emotional, mental vampirism, and they're not letting you, live your life in your space, and they're not giving you respect. And what you have to do is establish your boundaries for that sake of sanity, but for that sake of you, clearing out your your density and your side of the road. And that's how you place it to these people. you know I'm not doing this because, when you put up the distance and you're clearing out, the rusty, the musty, the dusty, the moldy, the broken, the busted. When you're clearing all of that out, you're clearing out these densities, and you're giving out your stuff that doesn't work anymore to others. You're giving it out, grand yard sale clearing. Then that's the time to start setting up, reestablishing new boundaries with people, in your life, of your time, respecting your time as if, it matters, because you do matter. All right. And that's important. That's part of what this is, of all of this whole thing is of grounding. And this is a lot more than I can even include here in the thing right now. But, you know, yeah, thank you. I appreciate the comments. So here's something. Oh, so you set your conscious, clear intention, especially if there's someone that you've worked with in the past and they're really bad at finishing on a deadline and all of that. You set your conscious, clear, stated intention. You know, um, one of my Yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree, Virgo and Wolf. Yep. All right. So one of the things that I suggest to people is finish your projects. Okay, do one project at a time. Be in the moment with it. Immerse yourself in it. Right. Finish it, then move on to the next damn thing. Okay. Like, I can't tell you how big of a deal this is, of finishing one thing. If you're doing something, finish that thing. Or if like the lesson of the broken pipe, of five busted pipes, is don't hold the pipe and try and do other stuff, man. It's like, put the pipe down and then do the whatever the hell you got to do and finish the pipe. Put that away so you don't break it. Put the cap on, right? Be secure in everything you do. Be mindful. This is part of what this is. Be mindful in the moment of what you're doing. And it sounds like a spiritual pursuit of meditation. Yeah, this is. Yes, definitely. That's exactly what this is. It is part of the awakening of a person. Is you're not walking around sleeping and getting half sleep and getting in your own way, creating a mess. You know, I will tell you this. I go to 12-step programs. I used to be a ridiculous drunk, I somewhat functional, but not functional enough. And I wound up and having to go to rehabs and all of that. And so, now I go to 12-step meetings, and that's one of the things we talk about, one day at a time. You have 24 hours. It's a great spiritual principle. It's a great spiritual thing to remember that we only have 24 hours. And, any more than that is just a promise, like, and so if you live your life in that respect of, it's only 24 hours, then the rest of it kind of doesn't matter. It's not that you're only living for just this moment, but you're only worrying about today till the end of today, and at some point my day is going to end because I'm going to go to sleep. And I'm not in prison. You're not controlling when I'm sleeping, and it's this kind of thing. And even if you are, it's like, I'll sleep through recreation, like there you go. So, we live in the moment, and you just float along with the moment, but you do have plans for stuff. I'm going to meet with someone, I'm doing my show tomorrow. There is something going on, but uh, a lot of this is kind of I'm doing what I love doing now. And so if, God forbid something happened and I can't do this anymore, it's like I lived a life of doing what I wanted to do at this point. And I've met a lot of great people and you all are wonderful. And so that's kind of where we're at with this, that woohoo, that I really have appreciated your time and your being here. And especially I'm getting into like, 4.5 hours now. Um, it's like a marathon. This is my marathon session. Thank you. And so this is, where we're talking about mindfulness. Finish one project, stop what you're doing. Uh, if you're looking for something, just stop. Focus in your head, like your car keys, your wallet. Where was I the last time I lost something? Let me focus. Let me just sit here. Let me kind of just channel down my anxiety. And the expression I use is get off the ledge, right? Come in off the ledge, close the window, come over here to the seat. I will make you some coffee. Sit down. Let's talk. Boom. When you're with people and you know who I'm talking about, I'm sure everyone here knows at least one person who you can, that expression fits. Come in get off the ledge. Come on, baby, sweetie, come in. Get off the ledge. Come on in. Close the window. Have a seat. Take a breath. Relax. Let it go. Let it out. Release it. Bring it down. Let's just breathe. Breathe. And that is the first, if you want to ground, that is the first thing you do, whether for yourself or for someone else, and you work it with them. It's one of those things you do with people that you love. And for those of you who have someone you love, who are the rock in your life, you can be grateful for them. You can even use that with them. You can give that technique to them, the release motion. Just let it all go. Bam. Especially if it is not something you can control within the next 5 effing fucking minutes while you try not to hyperventilate. Right? If you look at it that way, the 5 minutes that you can breathe here, you won't be hyperventilating and air will be getting to your fucking brain. Right? That is a good thing to remember, that as you get particularly frazzled and worked over by people and run over, especially if you work in an office or whatever, you work with some high pressure people, and that is so unobtrusive, so uninvasive, to claim back your breath, to claim back your space. If only you can do it when someone leaves. Well, I'm taking 5 minutes, man. Keep my calls. I'm shutting my phone off. Oh no, I'm locking my doors. After that, we're clearing. I'm burning some sage. keeping the windows open, burning some sage, and then closing the windows, and we're done for the rest of the day. Whatever you have to keep that energy, your light, tatsa aya acha ua umfa atsa tata acha. To keep, wow, I just got a wave of some downloads. All right, so you keep that energy into you by claiming back your light. You call it back to you in such a way that you mean it and you intend it, and you can even just picture in your head that thing dissolving. One of one of the tools that I use for this is the clearing is oh, and the last one here is greet the day. All right, so say hello to the sun. All right, the sun's a portal. All right, so one of the tools that I use, the techniques that I use, next one down here on the list, is give it over. All right, give it over to the guides. Give it over to the guides. And I use this image in my head that I'm out in the woods. I used to go camping. My mom would take us camping, and we would go out into the White Mountains, Green Mountains. We'd be in New Hampshire, a lot of woods, camping. I love out in the woods. I'm here in the coastline. I'm near water, but I'm also near woods, and I've always loved camping. And so there's a safe place with me out in the woods camping, with my mom and running water that I go to, my safe place. And so, if you will, it's a campground. But there's tents there in the campground. Okay, and in the middle of this, there's a fire, like a fire pit with precious jewels, precious gems, like big diamonds, rubies, kind of surrounding a fire pit. And in the middle of this fire pit is like an amethyst burning flame. Okay, the hot white amethyst into white, purple amethyst into white, and it blazes off into radiation. Okay, so that is a purifying flame. And at this campground there's a log. At the campground, there's a log. There's two logs. Okay, there's me sitting there, and then there's the emissary of God, the Creator. Okay, and the worst of the worst. There's tents of the angels over there. They're watching the hosts, the hosts of hosts. They're there watching. All of my ancestors, everyone, they're there. So as we're there, here, I'm here, the creator's there, the emissary, and we know it's an emissary, the scarecrow of, there's even a picture of, like a Monty Python skit of the marionette of God, like God's peeking behind the real God's peeking behind the cloud. There's even this kind of Punch and Judy show. That's not, but the marionette image of the creator behind the scenes, like the Wizard of Oz, with the marionette of the avatar, and that's what I'm interacting with this fire, the avatar of creator, and it just as might as well be a human, but it's the avatar. Okay, so as I have things in my life that I need to transmute over to help ground me on this spiritual level, these things that people say, the crappy things that people do to me, they misrepresent me, maybe not intentionally, cut me off on the road, or almost run me over my bike. Those get wrapped up as gifts. All of that hurt, that pain, that damage, ouch, that gets wrapped up in a very pretty package as if it's the most wonderful thing in the world. It's the shit of humanity. It's the good shit, the bad shit, the whatever, the fuckery. You can have that. There you go. It goes into the fire. And everything, clearing it out. It's a house clearing. It is a house clearing. That's what this is. no matter where it is in your body that you had some trauma, there's somewhere on here you feel it. The loss, the hurt, the pain, everything you feel, it's somewhere on this scale that's being held in place until you can figure out a way to release it. And the only way to release it here as a human is the amethyst flame and the amethyst fire. You know, that's the only way. And the amethyst, the ultraviolet angels, and you call them out. You call them out by name. There's beautiful, wonderful videos on YouTube. Who, you know, Steve Noble, I think, is one of them that I love. The ultraviolet angels that I've given to people for you to kind of clear your space on, because it is time to clear these densities, and no one is getting anywhere. Not you, not me. I mean, I'm good on my part, but you, probably more you than me, are not going anywhere until you've cleared out your densities and gotten rid of all of that stuff. And at this point, I'm realizing I'm getting rid of family lineage karma stuff that needs to be cleared from, like my grandmother, my great grandmother, and my mom. Like, my mom and her grandmother. They're none of them are alive anymore. I'm me. It's just me. I'm the one left. And so, my mother isn't beating me now. There's no reason I should be holding on to negative moments, negative times, negative incidences. It didn't define the relationship with her. The time she beat me with one of my Matchbox tracks, because I left curfew. I mean, whatever. It's just, this is the clearing that needs to happen. And no one is getting any density. You're not getting anywhere out of here until you clear out this amber, the amber alert of your lowered negative densities. This is 7.8, the earth frequency, and your lowest, the root chakra frequency, again, is at between 10 to 11 hertz. And until you can release the density of fear, what fear of what? Fear of guilt, fear of shame, fear of intimacy. What problems that you have don't come down to fear as the primary. Someone needed to hear that. Yeah. At what point do you look at your problems in your life and say, well, what part of it isn't rooted in fear? Fear of something. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Fear of fear, fear of death, fear of failure, of fear of failure, fear of success, fear of being mediocre, fear of getting electrocuted, fear of going outside on the 21st, fear. There you go. Clear it out. Clear it out. Clear it out. What are you afraid of? What are you afraid of? Death? I've died. I've been over there. It's better. Trust me. It's better. The best you can do is hope to die and be done with a lot of it. No, death doesn't want me. Death said at 6, at 6, when the car hit me, death didn't want me. Wouldn't take me. Tried to leave. It didn't want me. There's nothing more depressing than when death doesn't want you. And then death gives you your life plan. Wow, fuck you. Fuck you very much. You're an asshole. Death, fuck you. You're an asshole. Fuck you. Fuck you, death. You're an asshole. You're just a piece of asshole ever. Okay, here it is. 52 years later, it still doesn't want me. And I don't, at this point, really necessarily want to go. There's 8 of you here that are here it's almost 5 hours now. Um, but this is important shit. I don't know how long I'll have. I've lived long enough, but there's still more that the Schumann has. There's still more of it that people need to know about, and that's why I'm here. I can't leave quite yet. And they call sleep the little death. Like I have a dream world. It's like, it's not too bad now. I have coffee. That reminds me. I need a coffee soon. um, so giving this over to the guide. So this is going to be something I'm posting in. I'm going to kind of work on this list a little more on both my YouTube, and I'm going to do another video on that. A video. You know what I'm going to do? I brought this up at like 4 hours into this. I think what I'm going to do is have another live stream on just the grounding. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put that in the comments, I think, or something that I want to have a video. I'm going to go through that, make that all together, and then I will have a a monologue, I guess, a script or whatever. I already kind of got the script written there, and maybe that's something that we can talk about at like Mark Pyre's show of handling that grief. My whole family, everyone is gone. You know, I am here alone, but I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. And you all are my family. Those of you who've been here from the beginning here, and I see you over there, and we're all in this together. It's just it's time. It's time to clear out the densities, and it's important to know that these are not helping you do that, but yet they are. They are. It's hard to explain it because you're working for the planet, right? Like that's the best way to put it is that it's helping the planet and helping you in return, right? Because these are meant for the earth and you are transducing these energies through your body. And that's like the most important, like it's the connection. I've gone through all of this. This has been a long kind of journey from the fake, the false narrative of seeing, and I realize, we're way kind of offshore of that. But, thank you all for being here. And there's six of you. Clearly there, there's some people, there's a dozen people here who are, that are you're getting something from this. And I really appreciate, you all coming here and being supportive, Um, it's it's now almost 5 hours into this. It's 4:44, and I think like that's a good time. That's a good number to end on. And because I really got to do some meditating, and I really thank you all for being here. And you've made this a wonderful experience for me, and I couldn't or wouldn't do this without you. I was in a tent in the woods. I was content to live in a tent in the woods, and I was told I needed to come back like last year in August. That's when I started learning about the Schumann resonances, like June, July, August, started kind of, following along with them. And in September, definitely in September, I had started my kind of residence of Schumann resonances and just digging into everything I could find about it. So for over a year now, that's one of the reasons why they told me to come out of the woods to a house with where you can put speakers, not worry about them getting rained on. And so that was one of the things that my guides told me that you are going to be explaining things to people. There's a lot of folks waking up, and you need to be there present to have the to explain to people what's happening. I've already my contract is complete, and I will explain to you what that means from this perspective, this guy here, this grand emissary's perspective, that you have a life contract here, that you have certain objectives that you pick here on Earth, that you pick going into this, that is your life's goal. Now, for the majority of people, you got some karma to work through. Uh, there's your pathway is a lot of times chosen for you because you have a contract you got to complete, and yet a lot of people when you well put it this way, when you come here into the earth plane, it's a matter of free will. Okay, that this is how it was explained to me at 6. It's a matter of free will, that you don't get here through any way other than choice, because it's so difficult. And it's such a place that you can uh, rise up in intelligence or whatever. It's just you can live here. It's not the moon. It's not Mars. It's not, the rest of the planets in the solar system can't support life like this. This is fucking amazing. This is a wonderful place. And so the trade off for this is coming in at this point in humanity for uh, how do you call it? The Grand Ascension. We're at the end of the cycle, and this is the Grand Ascension. This right here is the calling hours. This right here is the end of the end, the wrap up of the wrap up, and we as humans are at the point where we need to kind of step up to the plate. There is going to be kind of a separating out of everything eventually, but part of this is in the free will, the exercise of free will of willingly choose to rise up in your behavior to the higher level. You have the choice. And that's what being awake is about, of making that choice to consciously do better. The mark is not that high. It's 51%. That's 51% thinking of others first or alongside of you, but maybe just with them a little bit more. You get 51, 48%, or 50, it's 51.1, but you have that little wiggle room of, 51, 49%, 51, 48%. All right, but somewhere around the 50 mark, but if you're not even you haven't even gone into the 51%, like you're done. You're really going to have a hard time coming up because, the lower densities of me first and mine and the insulating thing where you're not channeling that energy through you, you've insulated yourself from it. That is not going to have a good long-term strategy, because you need to channel that energy and those electrics moving through you. If they don't, and you're vibrating at these low frequencies, you're not getting nowhere. I'm gonna can't put it in a nice way because it wouldn't be otherwise telling you the truth. That if you are not at that level of rising above this, okay, you haven't cleared out those densities. When it comes time to pay the workers, as they say, when it came time to pay the wages of the workers, as it were, and that's why I like a good channel for wages, the wages of the workers, when it comes time to pay them, you pay them for according to how they worked. Right? That's the principle. And if you only got there late and you haven't done much work, you'll be, compensated for your time, but it's not going to be with someone who's put in the last 10 years of his life dedicating to helping others and, like wages. He's been doing that not because he's getting money, but because he's doing it as a public service. And it's sort of the same thing with this, that I could be doing something else like fixing bikes. I'm not getting paid to do this. Um, but I do like doing it. I do enjoy doing this. I enjoy the comments and teaching people, mentoring some stuff, uh, because that part of it makes me feel good. I get the answers to my questions from the guides, and they tell me what I need to know. That's how I know a lot of this. I know it. That I've asked. I asked. They tell me, and I ask because I set my conscious clear intention at the beginning of the day, and frequently as I'm commenting to people, I say, my guides, please direct me to what I need to say to this person, right? Let me be a clear channel to whatever, and sometimes it's the best I can do is not get an argument, that is as much of the work. The 51% of it is me not losing my effing cool, right? And if you look at it that way, of, you know, learning to accept what's yours and letting go of what's not yours, right? It's like, this ain't your thing. This isn't your side of the street here. You can let it go. And if we can learn to do that, practice the release motion, a lot of people would be much better off. At least you yourself. You will change the world by you yourself being a better person. And I think that's a good way to kind of wrap this up, that you change the world one person at a time, right? That's why, like, having 7 people here is cool. I like kind of 8 people, seven. It's nice to have 20. There's people that have, like Mark Pyers, he's got, 20 or 30 people. Wages World is 200 people, and it's like, oh my God, if there was, look at it this way, if there was 200 people in a room, how many of those could you talk to? You know, there's no volume, you're not hearing conversation over conversation, but it's sort of like that following along with the conversations in a chat room where there's a lot of people. It's like, oh my God, who's talking to what? Who? There's a confusion and there's a lot of stuff that comes with that. But whereas here with the 8 or the 9 of you, whatever, 10, 15, 20, it's, uh, it gives me a chance to comment. It gives me a chance to talk to people, and in a way that I couldn't if I had like 200 people, you know. Um, and I just want to, thank you all. I do like these kind of small, intimate venues that that I do. That this gives me a chance to talk to people one on one, and it's personal. It's kind of intimate, and I can share with you more than with you know other people. And at this point, 5 hours into it, if you're still here, you are, this is family at this point, to have heard me rambling on for 5 hours, about this. Um, but, this is where we're at. This is the Schumann. And I've done, I have given the lesson for today. I've talked about, the CN, the Italian, to summarize here, I guess. I've talked about the Italian network, talked about um, their all about that and why and how you get those crazy data spikes. Okay. And so I've also talked about why and how there isn't a conspiracy with, the data at Tomsk and all that. Yeah. What is your email verdict? All right. So I will write my email in the, what I'll do actually, hold on, is I will write my name, my email.
She's got magic in a big little
So I will write my email in the comments, and all right. So thank you all for being here. Okay, that's it. Okay, so we're live. Thank you all. Thank you, everyone. I'm almost at the 5 hour mark. Wow, it was a lot longer than I wanted or had intended to make it. But there's people, like I said, if as long as there's one person and the chat is still active, I'll do it. And if I have something to say, I don't want to ramble on with nothing to say. But if I got, like this was a really big, this was a lot of stuff. And honestly, I really was kind of moved by when I start talking about the logos and the spirit. I get, like that's it. And so this is why I do it, because I was asked. My guides, they told me to do this. It will be rewarding. They told me that going on into it, and I, being the miserable cuss that I am, said, yeah, whatever. And they said, do it anyway. And I said, okay, I'll do it anyway. And so it's been very rewarding doing this project, and especially once Wages sent a shout out, and then I actually got the first. He sent that shout out, and before the end of the show, I got 300, like immediately, and then within an hour that had doubled, and then overnight that doubled, and so thank you all for being here, and if I didn't have something to say, there wouldn't be, people would unsubscribe, you know. So like, comment, share, subscribe, invite your friends to subscribe. I want to have, even though I like the small, chats, please leave in the comments or email me what time is a good time for you to, to get this. I appreciate it. I would like to talk to people. All right. So, with that said, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. I am Verde Arbusto. This is the Schumann Resonance Harmonics channel on Facebook and on YouTube. And, much blessings, and thank you all for being here tonight. I very much appreciate it. You all are wonderful, and namaste. Have a great rest of your night. This is almost under the 5 hour mark. So thank you everyone for being here. I very much appreciate it, and much love and support. Thank you all very much. Namaste. Some sugar. There we go. Where are we? Thank you everyone. Have a good night.